Good evening, everybody. Good evening. I hope everybody's having a good time. We're about to start, and I'm going to sing a song. And if you came here by yourself, you're going to feel a bit lonely. You'll feel a bit lonely, but if you're by yourself, you can also have a good time, you know? Yeah, okay. So this song is called Adon. Let's go. Baby, these lips can't wait to taste your skin. Oh, baby, no. And these eyes, girl, can't wait to see your grin. Oh, my baby, just let my love adorn you. Yeah, let it press you down. You got to know, you gotta know that I adore you. Baby, this fist will always protect you. And baby, this mind girl will never neglect you. Just let my love adorn you. Let it dress you down. You got to know, you gotta know that I adore you. The same way that the stars adorn the skies. And look up, sugar, now hey. The same way that the soul was in your eyes. Ooh, and it's time now. Just let my love adorn you. Yeah, let it dress you down. You got to know, you gotta know that I adore you. Just let my love adorn you. Yeah, let it dress you down. You got to know, you gotta know that I adore you. Yeah. Okay, so I want you guys to help me sing this part, okay? So when I say something, you repeat it, okay? Are we ready? Alright, let's go. Say love. 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 Say it feels good. Say it feels good. Say it feels good. Feels good. Feels good. Feels good. Say love. Say love. Say love. Say love. Let Thank you.
All right. I hope you guys enjoying your evening so far. Thank you so much for enjoying this moment with us. My name is Modest Shabari, and in the spirit of coming alone, I'm here to address those people who came with people. And if you don't have, make sure please toka na mtu tafadhali. All right, so this song I want to perform is called Mimi na Wewe. I wrote it because I was trying to manifest kuimbiana na mtu lakini well.
Mwili wangu watetema kila unaponikumbatia, wengi wa kupigania, jusura nayo kabarikiwa, figa yako ya kishua, busu nalo halua, wengi wanigombanisha, jumoyo wako nimeuteka, fikira zako nitazilinda, hisia zako nitazichunga, na wakiwasho na penzi waambie tunapendana, mimi na wewe, kesi baadaye, hatutoachana, mimi na wewe, hata waseme usisumbuliwe na mazungumzo ya ndoa, eti ni lini atakuoa, ni lini mtaishi pamoja. No, mimi kama mwanaume nimejitolea, usitishwe na vyaelea na vyetu vimekolea. Baby love, usiwe na hofu, manake mimi nakupenda, mawazo mengi baby yasikusumbue, mahari mimi nitalipa, watoto penzi tutalea, na wakiwashwa na penzi waambie tunapendana, mimi na wewe, kesi baadaye, na hatutoachana, mimi na wewe, hata waseme mimi na wewe, hatutoachana, kwa dhiki na faraja tutapendana, na hata waseme hatutoachana. Kama uko na mtu wako, tunapendana mimi na wewe, kesi baadaye, hatutoachana mimi na wewe, hata waseme tutapendana mimi na wewe, kesi baadaye, hatutoachana mimi na wewe, hata waseme tutapendana mimi na wewe, kesi baadaye, hatutoachana mimi na wewe, hata waseme. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
All right. In the spirit of love, I preempted writing myself a wedding song. That I will. I know. Delusion, yeah. I wrote myself a wedding song when I thought I had someone, but once again, as you can tell the story, this song is called Honor. And kama kuna mtu ako na wedding, uniambie nikuje nikuimbie. I fulfill my dream, ama aje. I want to just come here so that ninge in my fields kabisa.
Yeah, yeah. Na, na, na. Yeah. Make me a chamber of your heart, so every day I will make sure your heart is beating alright. Let me be the mirror on your wall, so every time that you look at me, you're reminded of your beauty. Make me your favorite song, so anytime how you miss me, I sing for you and you're easy. Oh my baby, umenionyesha mapenzi, wenye wivu sasa ni wengi, ni wengi. Sitosema tena heri wao, juu sisi ndio hao wakufa na kuzikana. Baby, sisi ndio hao. Oh na, oh na, oh na. Baby, sisi ndio hao. Oh na, oh na, oh na. Baby, sisi ndio hao. Make me your superhero, so every night I will fight for you in your dreams. Let me be your arms for when you need my touch. I will hold you and remind you of my love. I'll take away your pain, be a medication. Take away your stress, be a meditation, meditation. My baby, tumeanogesha mapenzi, wenye wivu sasa ni wengi, ni wengi. Sitosema tena heri wao, juu sisi ndio hao wakufa na kuzikana. sisi ndio hao. Ona, ona, baby sisi ndio hao. Ona, ona, baby sisi ndio hao. Ona, ona, baby sisi ndio hao.
Thank you.
Okay, so in the spirit of love songs, I can see guys are already like, hey, the guys who came by themselves. They're like, hey. Yeah, so I wrote this song not so long ago, and it's not from a personal experience. I was just being creative. So don't start. Yeah, but it's a love song, and it just talks about beautiful love when you find somebody that you love that sees you, and yeah, that's it. I'll just let the song say the rest. Okay. The song is called For You. When I look into your eyes. Can we just do that one more time? Right? Let's do that one more time. Can you give me G? Thanks. All right. Let's go. When I look into your eyes, I see paradise. My world in every way complete because of you. And since you came along, you have changed my life. And every air I breathe for you, every step I take I run to you. Because of you, I've found a reason to love. You're the song in my heart for my soul to sing. And with you, I've found where I belong. And my love is love for who you are. I love you till the day I die. Ooh, ooh, ooh. See, every day you see me with all of my flaws and my wrongs, yet you're still here with me, holding me down all the time with no doubt within you. I still can't believe it. My purpose is nothing but love, just to love you deeply, with all of this beauty in life that you bring me, and nobody else can come between you and me. I know because of you, I've found a reason to love. You're the song in my heart for my soul to sing. And with you, I've found where I belong. And my love is love for who you are. I love you till the day I die. Ooh, ooh, I love you till the day I die. Because of you, I found a reason to love. You're the song in my heart for my soul to sing, and with you I found where I belong, and my love is love for who you are. I love you till the day I die. Because of you, I've found a reason to love. You're the song in my heart for my soul to sing, and with you I've found where I belong, and my love is love for who you are. I love you till the day I die. Thank you. Okay, so now this time, we're going to take this time to give a warm welcome. Let's give a round of applause to Dawn and Agatha.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, gentlemen. Good evening, gentlemen. Good evening, ladies.
We have gentlemen.
Yeah, just
I'm a bit
because you
disappointed
cannot,
with the gentle.
just
men.
because you cannot relate to it doesn't mean they don't exist. Good evening, ladies. Good evening, ladies. Did you listen to the music, Gashe? That song, Come. That song was beautiful. Own composition. And then he killed it by saying, even before he sang, this is not from personal experience.
Let me explain.
Umechoma.
I can explain.
Explain.
It's from a personal experience. I didn't want you guys to judge me, but I guess you're judging me now. So
Judge you
yeah.
for what? For finding love? I mean, Modest wrote a song thinking, Modest come, thinking he'll get married. And you don't want to be judged for finding love. Have you found love?
Yeah, I guess you could say so, yeah.
I guess, or have you found love?
Yes, yes.
You have found. What does it feel like?
It feels like heaven.
We don't know what heaven feels like because none of us have been there, but we believe you. Modest. What happened? Ni.
One word, Nairobi. Thanks. I don't need to say more. Nairobi. Yeah.
Kesi baadaye.
Vile inafaa.
So, ladies and gentlemen, you know, in the 10 years that we've been doing Engage, at every Engage, we listen to artists who blow us away with their talent. There's people whose claim to fame is, I don't know, they're accountants or something. They can crunch numbers. But every time I listen to someone who's created music, has not just written music, has arranged it, and then worked with amazing instrumentalists to play it, I'm wowed. So thank you very much for sharing your craft with us. Welcome to Engage. Before we start, could we have the house lights on? Thank you, Wilfred. Now, the person you're waiting for has not arrived yet. They are late. What will happen is they will come, and because you've been texting them, telling them you're on the third row, near the end, they will try and jump over everyone. It's annoying. Very annoying. They are late. Let them find space.
At the back.
At the back or wherever. But also so as not to interrupt the organized people and the accountants, could we all stand up and huddle in so that we don't leave spaces in the middle? Could we take a moment to do that? Obedience is better than sacrifice. Just saying. Thank you all very much. How many are here for the very first time? Oh. Ooh. Karibuni to the Engage newbies, fresh meat. And thank you to the people who have brought you, whether it's a speaker or someone just dragged you along. There's someone you're hoping will marry you so that Modest can perform his song. Thank them. What we do at Engage is we tell stories. And we have told stories for 10 years. And those stories have touched our lives in ways we would never have imagined. Because in 10 years of storytelling and in 10 years of story listening, we have become more human because we have learned that we are all the same person. We all, regardless of height, size, bank account, position, birth order in the family, we all want to journey through life feeling that we have been understood, and feeling that our opinions are respected whether you agree with them or not. But that comes packaged in many stories and many experiences, so that whenever you're feeling life is unfair, which it is, or you're feeling a certain type of way, you remember there's someone who's walked that journey, and they didn't stop walking.
Thank you, Agatha. So what was the lesson from those two young men? Is also don't be modest when at the break. When people talk about the odds being stacked against them, it means different things to different people. So there's odds that are stacked against you as an individual. There's things we go through individually, some things which people will never get to know about, some pain, trauma, something that takes away the life and joy from you. But you just know it on a personal level. And you struggle through it. And a lot of us struggle through one thing. We wake up with this whole sense of foreboding that the odds are stacked against you. Then there's odds that are stacked against families. Something that you share as a family, and you're like, oh my goodness, these odds are stacked against us. I mean, in a lot of African communities, when odds were stacked against a family, it was called witchcraft. Because people felt that, why are these things happening to us? But have you noted that if something happens to a family, like in Succession, you start having a conversation about what is happening to our family. And there's that whole sense of the odds seem to be stacked against us as a family. Then there's odds that are stacked against us as a country. So I'm just going to ask you to shout an odd that you think is stacked against Kenyans. I didn't hear what you guys said, but I hope by saying it. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether you have odds stacked against you as an individual, or as a family, or as a country, or as a race. I think something that Agatha mentioned is it's just the realization that when the odds are stacked against you, the odds are not stacked just against you alone. And the reason why we love storytelling, especially at Engage, is because we get to realize that through storytelling, you find that the odds that are stacked against you are not unique to you. It's something I struggle with when I come to the reality that, hey, in case you're broke, you're not the only one. You're not the first broke person in this world, you know. You're not the last either. In fact, this is not the first or last time that you will be broke. You get what I'm saying? Or heartbroken. Or the first time that you will lose something or someone. You know, and I think the fantastic thing about stories and about storytelling is that we get to understand that human experiences are just that, human, and that all human beings go through some sort of experience. And we all have a sense of the odds being stacked against us. So tonight, we have a cast of storytellers and speakers who are going to come on stage and share the version of the odds that are being stacked against them. Now, this is the thing about storytelling at Engage. So some of our friends sometimes come to Engage, and someone will tell Agatha that, I came to Engage tonight, but I don't know. I didn't feel speaker number 3 and speaker number 5. I loved speaker number 2, and I loved speaker number 4. So they look at us, almost waiting for us to sort of give them like a response. The fact is, speaker number 2 and speaker number 5 were not for you, but they were for somebody else. So the stories you will listen, it is not that every story will touch you in exactly the same way, because experiences are different. There's people you will connect with. So, but our hope is that at the end of this evening, if the only thing you take away is that Modest almost fell in love, then take that away. You get what I'm saying? Pick something. You know what I'm saying? Pick something. And if all stories touch you in a certain way, then thank God that all the speakers would have come here, all the storytellers would have touched your life in a specific way. But I am sure, I am definitely sure that there is something from everyone's story that you will pick, as long as you have a listening heart and an open mind to be able to identify from that story, what can I take away? So we look forward to this evening. But this storytelling journey would not have been possible without a fantastic partner that we have found in Safaricom. And we'll tell you a story that when Engage started 10 years ago, if you've started something, I don't know how many of you have started something entrepreneurial, something where you're hoping to seek some sort of validation, you know, like, am I moving in the right direction? So Agatha and I started Engage 10 years ago, and because a lot of you here know how tough it is to even make up your mind to buy a ticket to attend an event. So you can imagine when you start a platform and you're asking adults to come and, you know, buy a ticket. There's a whole lot of skepticism, and many times you do need someone to support you, someone who tells you, I believe in that vision, and I will support you even as you get it right and as you refine it. And so Safaricom has been a fantastic partner for Engage for a long time. And this year, they're our partners again. So can we give a big hand, guys, for Safaricom? And not just Safaricom Emerald, because, you know, Safaricom is not one thing. It's like Kenyans are not one thing, we're different things. So the partnership we have this year is with Safaricom Emerald, and probably we'll get to hear something more about that partnership and how they enable us to tell our stories in a manner that then enables us to connect. So we look forward to this evening, and I hope that at the end of this all, you would have received a blessing in one way or the other. Agatha, you may. Tafuta shughuli huko kwa kiti. Jipe shughuli. When I watch YouTube, and I do spend a bit of time every day to watch YouTube, just to catch up with, because there's a lot of content on YouTube nowadays. A lot of it is fantastic for me, whether you're watching home shows or podcasts. So I come across KTN Home one time. I don't pay too much attention. The lady there does a show about people in people's homes. Some are celebrities, some are everyday people. And I watched this show, and there was a gentleman who was called Jamjengo. And as I watched, he had such charisma and a passion about building homes, building houses. He had an eclectic style about him. He was quite a character, and I mean that in a nice way. You know, you meet people and you're like, I want to know what that person would say about this or that, anything, everything, and whatever is in between. So we get in touch with him and ask him, hey, can you come to Engage and share a story? And then he tells me, you know, for me, my stories may not be typical Engage. I may not share in the same way that others have seen, but here he is to talk to us about something that is so near and dear to him. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for David Nahinga.
Asante, asante. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Jamjengo, and I'm here to tell you my story. It has many parts, and I hope you learn something from it. So where do I start? I think I'll start from my home office. So I live in Gikambura. Gikambura is off the Southern Bypass. In my office, there are 4 photographs that are like markers of where my life has been and where it's going. And the first photo is that of my parents, almost in a kissing position, and they're in love. And they are seated somewhere in E10 on the rocks, and they are wearing the platform shoes. And when I checked the date, it is exactly 9 months before I was born. So my mother called me David, which means love. And I know I was born out of love, because when I look at that photo, it's a colored photo, and these people are in love. And I have that photo there to remind me where I came from. I'm a child of love. Then there is a second photo of my father in his bedsitter. And I look at that photo, it has a bottle of Treetop. How many of you know Treetop? You know, Treetop was the thing those days, in the 1980s. And so there's a bottle of Treetop, there are radio cassettes, you know, the ones you unwind with a biro pen, and there's a radio there. And then there are wires all over. I think he was doing wiring for the bedside switch. And I look at that photo and I say, this thing, I was listening to Rumba when these cassettes were playing. And I understand my love for music must have begun from that. So my story begins before I was born. So I'm a child of love. I love music. And my father was such a manly man that even though he is gone to sleep with his fathers, he has left such a mark in my life that he's there every time I remember him. And one of his one of the texts he used to send me most of the time when he's missing me is like, remember me to your friends. And I always carried that, and I always bring him in my stories, okay? Now, in the audience, I am with my boys, Ethan and Jahim, because I think we are all stories. If I'm a story, and I'm telling you about my father, I'm also a part of their life, and they are part of my stories. So that was the beginning. So I was born in 1981 in E10. My mother is Kipsigis. My father is Maragoli. My mother is retired. He's living in Bungoma, and we have a joint project I'll tell you about. So when I'm growing up, it's an ordinary family like every other Kenyan family. And of course, I was a child who always asked questions. Like if a doctor comes and he has a scar on his leg, I would ask my father, where did he get this scar? So I was a very inquisitive child. But there is something that began to occur to me while we were growing up. I realized that towards the end of the month, there's a quarrel. And it is the landlord coming to ask for his monies. And it really annoyed me because I always knew that when it's end month, my father would be struggling to pay rent. I Okay, he's raising this family, he's a civil servant. My mom is working there, but the things are not adding up, just like in many families in Kenya. And I start getting an annoyance about this routine of the landlord coming to ask for his pay, and my father struggling to be manly enough to tell him, "Bwana, relax." Things are not adding up. So I grew having this desire to actually just have a place where it is all peaceful, okay? So the seeds were planted there in that fight between my father and the landlords. And we would move at a certain point when the landlord is fed up, we would move to another neighborhood, you know? And I really didn't want that to happen in my own life. But anyway, we are born, and everyone is born where they are born, isn't it? So I was this child who always told my father. So when I pass, we grew up in Kakamega. So when I pass pieces of land that are for sale, I come back and tell my father, "Why don't you buy that piece of land?" So that we can solve this problem. And of course, he would get annoyed. And when we go to Kakamega, that time there was this shop called Kukopesha. And they were selling cherahani. And every time my mom was making for us sweaters, because my mom used to crochet sweaters for us. And we used to have the best sweaters in primary. And I would see it as too much labor. And every time I go to town, I come back and I tell my mother, "Why don't you buy a cherahani? Why are you doing this hand-sewing thing? Can you make it lighter for yourselves?" You know. So I had that instinct in me to always try to find an easier way to solve problems. But then where does that take me? So primary school is just like everyone else at Matende Primary School. We go there by foot. Then my father used to love cars. And so he had like 3 Volkswagens, you know. And the reason he had the 3 Volkswagens was so that he can cannibalize one to fix the other. You know? It's like a plan B and plan C. So if this one gets a puncture, the other one will fix the other one, you know? And of course now, that also plants a seed in the children. You know, how you live your life somehow rubs on the children. So I grew up in this. Now my father somehow gets a hint from me that, yeah, he needs to build, you know? So he begins building at the wrong place. So he buys hinges, and he buys doors and a frame. But he makes a mistake and puts it at the corridor to the kitchen. It's a 2-bedroom house. We are all there. And you know, when you're trying to be in a hurry to go to school, and then you hurt your toe, you know you are tiny. You know that pain. And it's morning, and you just woke up the other minute. So this door was such a point of annoyance to me. And I said, what is this thing that is so hard to do that my father can't do it? He's my hero. He's manly. Everyone calls him chairman, you know. With all due respect, that man. So I was like, why is this such a difficult thing to do, you know? When we go back to Maragoli, my uncle has built a house and next to my grandpa. And I'm like, hey, this could be dad, but what do we do? You know, I'm like, so anyway, but inside me there's that desire to get into building stuff. Now, I conclude the primary school and I'm broke like every other child who grows up in an ordinary family. And I start trying my hand in different things. So I keep pigeons. I try planting flowers. And one day I decided, but I can even try this thing called hawking. So I go to Kakamega and I join Kakamega Hawkers Association. And while I'm hawking, so we used to do this wholesale thing. So you buy sweets and biscuits at the wholesaler, you repackage, and then you hawk it around. Then I met my teacher, whom I respected so much. And I'm like, what, David, what have you become? So I dropped that business. So that was one of my first businesses, you know. And then I say, fine, let me erect a kibanda outside our compound and sell vegetables and fruits. I will not meet my teacher. He lives the other side. And I can make a coin, you know. So I have been a vegetable vendor. So I understand that business model. Of course, it has its ups and downs and all that. But then I noticed something in my life that I'm keen to try things. Even if they fail, even if they don't work, I'm keen to try them. And I never neglected that thought. So even planting a vegetable garden to supplement the family food sources was a thing I tried. And now, my father began telling me, you are university material. Now, there's no one in the family who has been to the university. I don't understand when he says you'll go to campus. For me, if you've never heard a word, you associate the meaning with the nearest word you know. So for me, I knew campus is camping. We're going to go camping. But I was not understanding, how do you complete schooling and then you go camping? So until one day he took a loan. Finally, the son has made it to this university, he kept saying. And this is a family tradition I intend to repeat. Okay? In honor of my father. My father took a loan to bring me to the University of Nairobi. And we were living at Ngala Street. And we were literally squandering that loan, Like, order what you want, because this was his biggest dream. Your university material, now university is there, we are going to eat this loan, then I go back to Kakamega. So 2 weeks we were in Ronangala Street just eating my father's money, enjoying. I was very tiny, so he was teaching me how to walk in Nairobi. That was my first time in the city. And he used to use the signs on the buildings. But they were so confusing because if you have now 2 signs of advertising, like Safaricom, now, that's a problem. But anyway, I get to the University of Nairobi, and of course, normal schooling life, campus life. And the thing about the course I went to do at the university, when we were picking the courses, I was just looking for the word building. This thing that has defeated my father, that's what I want to do. So I ended up doing building economics. Okay? Building economics. And I'm not understanding the economics part. I was wishing it was just building. Because that's the thing I want to do. And then while in the university, I fall in love with a beautiful girl. And I leave campus, and now I set up a family. Now I'm living in Ngong Town, okay? Now, in Ngong Town, I seek employment, okay? And that time, I said, let me take a year so that I can breathe, because you can imagine, all those years of schooling, there's no break, And what I used to do is, I used to call my mom and tell her, please send me money, like 200 bob, and then go to a cyber cafe, and then I print these philosophical books. So I would read Plato, Aristotle, and all those things, Until I think that's when my eyes got spoiled. Because you see, there's too many colors, and if you're only looking at black and white, small print, your eyes are bound to go bad, But then it packs a lot of knowledge in my heart, Like I have an argument for every occasion. Like I have an answer for every, it's like, until I have to stop myself, it's like, Bwana, you do not have to say those things. And even now I'm trying not to say those things, Because now we would go into another trajectory, and then I will fail to come back to the story. So this story is truncated like 1,000 times. So bear with me as I come to the main story. So in Ngong, I'm there myself and philosophy, and a girl who I intend to marry. And so I say, fine. I seek employment. I'm on attachment at Kenya Wildlife Service. My mom was a copy typist at Kakamega, KWS Kakamega office. So she gets me this connection to KWS headquarters. And I'm there earning, I think, 13,500. And I'm like, what do? I think I should live nearest to the office. So that when the boss calls me, I'm like, Niko kwa gate. So I used to walk to work, and I was just wishing that I would get this confirmation as a permanent employee so that I can do stuff like build, And after about 6 months, I get this confirmation, and I decide the first thing I want to do is to, so let me say something first. At KWS, there were two categories of employees, uniformed and non-uniformed staff. And those who have an establishment number and those who don't have. So even though you are in the organization, you felt like an outsider. So this day I say, let me enter the staff bus, I'm a staff member. And there's a guy there at the door, he tells me, "Bwana, wewe una EST number." And I felt so humiliated that time. And I said, the day they confirm me, I'm buying a car. And I'm not using that bus ever. And so that's what happened. So I go buy my first car, Toyota 110. And then I say, no, I'm a businessman. I need to put this car to work. Because I was like, I'm using it only 5% of the time. So I open a car hire business in Langata called Spinel Management Systems. So I rent a small office on my way to work. So the car is there with a driver, and then the office is about a kilometer away. And I convince people to give me their cars. I will pay them at the end of the month 30,000. So if I lease my car for 30 days, that will be like 2,500 a month. I remove the servicing cost, I will have some change. And if you give me your car, okay, I can trade with it, give people, go drive, put a tracker on it, and then if I fail to meet my obligation to pay you, I would take the money that my car is and pay you, But that business failed. Because it was anchored on just one car. So I have like 12 cars. Now, the jealousy at the place of work is increasing. Because at break time, I pick a different car and I drive in. And everyone is like, "This young man, what is it?" So one day I'm summoned at the office of the director of KWS, Dr. Julius. And he tells me that even though you are a tiger, you don't need to show your tigritude. And I tell him, boss, it is not like that. Please understand. Okay? Please understand. So that time I have a car loan. My payslip is reading something else. In December, there is a message down there on the payslip saying, "We wish you a Merry Christmas." And the payslip is not adding up. There is no Merry. There's nothing merry about it, So I lost that car in a road accident. Outside my first office as a contractor, funny enough, outside Ngong Race Course. So we had this good day at work, and the driver had decided to go and do his things, and the car got lost in the road accident. Shame, I can't tell my wife about it. I'm there, the pay slip now is screaming because there's a car loan on the pay slip, and there's no car. So I say, okay, fine, let's make furniture. So the office that was a car hire business, I decided, let me start making furniture. And that's the beginning of Ujenzi Bora. So I make chairs, shoe racks, candle holders, anything that comes to the heart, just to get by. I'm paying rent at my house, I think 15,000, and I'm paying rent at the workshop, 10,000. Every Sunday we are doing the African thing. We go to church on Sunday, we come back. And you see, these things stick to you. Those sermons you hear, they remain somewhere. So I fall back in terms of paying rent for the workshop, and the landlord does the thing again, padlock. I'm like, now I've become my father again. So I have to start quarreling with two landlords, one at the workshop and one at my house. And that time when you do a small Bible study, you hear who lights a lamp and keeps it under the bed. You're like, this is too real. I can't be that person who had a workshop and now the tools are under the bed. So when you listen to that sermon, you're like, see, you just tell me directly. Yeah? Who lights a lamp and keep it? But then it is okay to light a lamp if you don't. It's okay to keep a lamp under the bed if you're breathing. You will light it at the right time. So when I'm doing the workshop thing and the employment thing as an assistant quantity surveyor, I start feeling like the workshop is pulling me more, because the pay slip is not making sense. So the boss, you just need one trigger. When you're in that moment of decision, you just need one trigger. So the boss transfers me to Nakuru during the dry month, when everything looks like a desert. And I get there and I ask the secretary, please give me a piece of paper, and I say, I resign. So now I've resigned, and I still don't have a business that can sustain the young family, So I say, no. If I keep sitting at home, this knowledge will expire somehow. So I start writing articles, how to become a contractor, building a house in Kenya, cost of houses, because I'm preserving knowledge. Some things look successful, but they are actually, you are hiding, you're buying time, So people start reading that article about how to become a contractor, and they say, can you help me to become? Then I say, fine, 20,000, 30,000, 50,000. But I noticed something. As they are becoming contractors, I'm like, why don't I also just submit my papers and become one? And that's how I became a contractor, Ujenzi Bora Investment Limited. So now I have shares here, and I have a workshop. Of course, I can make windows. I can't yet build a whole house, but at least I was making shoe racks and tables and chairs and windows. So I get this inquiry. I have a piece of land in Twala. Can you build? And I'm like, yeah. So I drive to an architect's house. I tell him, come to the office, let's set up something, and let's appear like we are serious people. And then I find my first contract. The late General Ogola, God rest his soul in peace. So I built his house in Twala Rongai. And then soon after, another person walks in with 100 million shilling worth of a contract. And I'm like, hey, see God is good. So we build the forest at Limuru, Kireita. Longest zip line in Africa, and the adventure center, and many other contracts follow through, okay? But remember, the whole goal of me coming into this business was to do something my father was not able to do. And the slogan of my company that time was, we design, cost, and build houses to enable people live the good life. At this point, though the contract is big, my life is still bad, okay? So it's not rhyming with the slogan of the company. But what is the point of not having ambition? So I continue running the company and the young family, okay? And then let's fast forward to COVID-19. So finally, I've come to a point where I have bought land in Gikambura, and I have expressed my intention to my wife that we're going to now build a house. We go there for a tour. And of course, any new place is intimidating to anyone, But then I say, no, this is the only thing, this is why I'm alive, so I'm going to build anyway. So I built this beautiful house in Gikambura with a prayer room, with 3 bedrooms and a workshop and all that. But now, as fate would have it, while I'm roofing the house, so you see, life is what happens to you when you're busy planning how it should happen. Okay? So when I was roofing my house and telling people, we design, cost, and build so that you can live a good life, my marriage fell apart. So now, I have a big house, okay? I have a big house. I have a young family, okay? There's the time I didn't have a family of my own, but there will be no time I will not have a family. That's why my sons are here with me. But then, how do you pick up yourself when the vision that is the very anchor of your life is under attack? How do you pick up yourself? Like, how do you still tell people, build so that you can live a good life, and you're just like a monk in this big house, and there's no curtain, there's no door, there's COVID, you can't move, the contracts are no longer coming. And so I now go back and search within myself and say, those philosophies I was reading, zilikuwa zinasema nini? Then I stumble on this one verse, actually 2. One says, one I think is by Dostoevsky, and it says that, my dear children, and this is a text I actually sent my sons, my dear children, many people talk to you a great deal about education. But there is nothing that can be your source of salvation than a great memory of your childhood. So I make a decision at that point to be the best father in the world, because these memories I will create with the boys within the confines of the custody agreement might be their salvation. Okay? So I drive to Komarok, I pick my sons, we go to Ngong Hills, I check the kilometers, I have done 150 kilometers within 6 hours. But the verse that is making me do all these things is Dostoevsky. Yeah, my dear children. A memory of so I'm crying, I'm in traffic, but I'm just like, my dear children. That's another story. So back to my story. So this house, what do I do with it? Because I was thinking I'm a family man, okay? The family is falling apart. I can see the photo of my father there, still smiling there with my mother. My wedding photo is there, because then these things, you can't erase these memories. They have to be with you, okay? And then my children are there. I'm taking them to school. The school has been changed. And I'm like, hey, you are a big failure. Then I said, I will not allow my children to see me as a failure. So then I remember another philosophy by Emerson. And he says that every man must learn to detect that gleam of light that shines from the mind within. Okay? Every man must learn to detect that gleam of light that shines from. Then I said, this is the beam I'm going to ride. And so I say, what is it that I love doing that is a game to me and that is too tough for other people? And I say, it's this building thing. Now remember, at this point, I have done what my father was not able to do. But then, he had kept his family all the days of his life. We were all together, 2 families. So I was failing where he had succeeded, while succeeding where he had. But that was a good story, because it's okay, it makes sense. At least I succeeded where he. So there I am in my house, and I'm like, so where do I go from here? Because the vision of Ujenzi Bora was just to build this house and live happily with my family, live a good life. Then I say, no, let me change the vision. So I say, how about I teach people how they can build their house the way I had done mine? You see? So I start a new company called Pod City, Property Owning Democracy. Because I had read somewhere, they say if you're a failure in private life, then now you're ready to save the world. So, and most reforms are brought by people who had a stomachache, because you're like, instead of taking a tablet for the stomach, you're like, everyone needs to get Actol, Let's change the world, So anyway, so I start this company called Property Owning Democracy, okay? Because I had read a book by Lee Kuan Yew, and he said that out of desperate circumstances, he was trying to turn Singapore into a property owning democracy. Then I said, this is a noble vision. I think I can ride it for the next 40, 50 years. See, we have 4,000 weeks on earth. Hey, so to go the 2,000th week. So another 2,000 weeks trying to build a property owning democracy is not such a bad idea. Because you see, in life, you should learn to play games and then be free from those games. So I was saying, I'm not going to go into that direction again. I've already failed on that path. Let me just persist on this one of building houses for many people. So now I need to build my second house. So the money is still coming in. My mother is retired in Bungoma, and I need to build a house in the village so that when I visit her, I'm not paying other landlords. You see, that landlord thing is still following me everywhere. So I build a second house that is 100 square meters, okay? And I say, no, why can't I be experimental? Why don't I do the roof with bricks? And I'm like, okay. So you see, this thing I was trying with the workshop, I'm also now trying it with building materials. So the first house that I was building for was 200 square meters. The second house that I'm building for myself that just has a bed and a doorway so that nikiamka ni kiatu, that second house was 100 square meters. Then while I'm in that house with my mother, I see my mother is very idle. And I say, why can't we do a joint project? So I design a smaller turkey house that is 10 square meters. Now I want you to notice a certain formula. The first house was 200 square meters. The second house is 100 square meters. And as I'm getting closer to reality, how much land does a man need? Now I'm building only 10. Now there's a formula there. If you take 10, 120, there's a formula there. 1, 10, 20. And I realized that, I have lived life backwards. I should have begun with a smaller house, won the confidence of my people, then we move to a bigger house as we design better houses. And so the thing I want to leave you with is that there are two things that you should learn to detect. That gleam of light that shines from your mind. Because you see, if you reject your own thoughts, they will come back through another person and you'll be like, you have stolen my idea. No one steals your idea. You neglect your own thoughts, then they come back to laugh at you. So I have been faithful to the ideas God has given me as a builder, as an entrepreneur, and I have never lost that spark that I had when I was a kid. Okay? Despite these things falling apart. Now, I have a very good relationship with my sons, and they told me a story which I want to end with. They call me man in his middle ages. Man in his middle ages. So Jahim, my son, told me a story one day without telling me that he's talking about me. He told me there's this young man who was in love with an older lady. But the older lady, since she has more white hair than the young man, every time they meet, he plucks the black hair from the head of the young man so that they can look of the same age. But when he's hanging out with the younger women who have more black hair, they pluck the white hair from his head so that he can fit in. And eventually the man ended up bald. So that's a parable that my son has thrown to me. I do not know how it will unfold. I do not know which cards life will throw at me. But one thing I'm confident about is that whatever happens, there is the gleam of light from within. There is the thing about telling your story and living your life in a way that it can be your salvation. Okay? And then we do not know what the future holds. So what we can do for ourselves and for yourself, if you are ever in these situations that life throws at you, is to remember not to give up. Now, the last bit I want to say is about the state of the economy. So last year when I was having employees, because I turned my house into an office, when I was having employees and I was struggling to pay their salaries, for the first time in my life, I had to handle a strike. You think it's only a Tuoli. But what do you do when people give you a strike notice? It's like, due to you have not paid us for this number of months. Then I'm like, you guys surely you cannot strike in my own house. I'm like, Nisawa, I accept. And I gave up last year, temporarily from October. But then, you scan the environment and you are like, this AI thing, someone said that if you don't learn AI, someone who has learned AI will replace you. So I jump on that bandwagon. Now I'm a quantity surveyor, a designer, a fundi, a failed car hire businessman. And now, as we speak today, I'm trying to solve this problem that was bedeviling my father for as many people as I can. So I'm also a software developer. And I'm hoping that in that spirit of optimism, in that spirit of overcoming odds, I'm hoping that one of these fine days I will open my Pod City website and anybody can estimate the cost of a house, can design a house, and can build their own house. Whether it's a production house or whatever kind of thing it is, I think I have overcome life and I look forward to overcoming it even more. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Asante. Asante. Another hand for David, ladies and gentlemen. Like that whole spirit of optimism that you speak about, like I have not met a man who has failed this much. and fail
Our
with such
successful
optimism, some of you all, you catch a cold and things are bad. But him, David, there you keep saying, then this failed, then I took this, and you're saying it with such enthusiasm. If you must fail, fail enthusiastically, fail with energy, have a vibe about your failure.
True.
But I think that's so infectious, because I think a lot of people here who may not yet have stood on this stage, I think we have failure stories. Maybe not as much, but we have failure stories. And I think what is so encouraging, David, is number one, from the first time, I was telling the audience how I first met you on KTN Home. And David talks about building with such enthusiasm. In fact, guys, you should go check out his house. KTN Home, David, Nahinga, they actually did 2 episodes. They don't do that often for everybody. And in that video, he dances, he waxes lyrical, he's philosophical.
Are they willing to play?
And he has such a unique house. You should check it. I think everything you see on stage, David lives it in real life. And I saw that, and this was wonderful, because I think this whole thing around building homes is something a lot of people aspire to, and for giving a lot of people hope that you got the formula wrong. I think we start
small
and then
scale.
So it was the formula was?
I started with a house that even has a prayer room.
Mm-hmm. So instead of praying, you just built the room
no
first.
Prayer warrior. So now, life is like that. You never see it coming, until you're punched on the face.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So thank you so much. So before you leave, of course, the thing that's on my mind and on a couple of other people is Jahim.
My dear son.
And because our children know us so well, we're all wondering who this older woman is.
That is a parable.
It's a parable, okay. Another hand for David, everybody. Give him a hand.
Asante sana.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Asanteni.
I'm going to invite Gashe to come back on stage with his rendition of True Love. I think are you guys seeing a trend in Gashe's music? It's all about love, Isn't that a nice place to be at? Where every thought is about, the song you answer is about love and everything. I mean, it's a stark contrast from the economic things that David was talking about. So take it away, Gashe.
Thank you, Don. So the next song, I know it's called True Love. However, that's not the it's not the title of the song, because how I wrote the song it was very unconventional. Because usually, how musicians write songs, right? So they have the verse, they have verse 1, chorus, verse 2, chorus, and then if you're feeling creative, you go and do a bridge and then do a key change and then you modulate and then you do all that, the nice stuff. Basic stuff, right? Right. So this song, the way it came about, it was, how you can have a stream of consciousness where you're just introspecting a certain opinion or subject, and then you write it down. So it's my opinion, and I should not be judged for having an opinion like this. But the title of the song is True Love. However, the title I'd want for it to have is called Someone Told Me. But the band insisted it's called True Love. So I guess they win for today. But next time it's Someone Told Me. Someone told me you don't have to do much when you find the one you love, and everything will be alright. You will know the heart and mind will fight the same. It's warm from its kind, it's right delight, you can taste it. It's sweeter than whatever you've known. Someone told me you don't have to say much, you can be seen with no neglect. And seasons, summer, winter or spring can't change the face of who you love. True love will love, behold and trust with everything. It can withstand, defy the storm. Love don't hold the grudge of the deeper wounds you brought along. But patience, safety forms the ground beneath, and the heart will stay forever home. So they can say whatever, do whatever, unbreakable true love will never end. So they can say whatever, do whatever, unbreakable true love will never end. So they can say whatever, do whatever, unbreakable true love will never end. So they can say whatever, do whatever, unbreakable true love will never end. So they can say whatever, do whatever, unbreakable true love will never end. So they can say whatever, do whatever, unbreakable true love will never end. Oh, 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 unbreakable true love will never end.
So how I can tell that Gasha is in love? Gasha's performed at Engage many times. He's been here with us from early days, and he had a love for sad love songs. Do you remember Gasha? And now it's do whatever, be. It's a beautiful thing. And as I listened to that music, I just thought it's nice to be young. It's not that older people don't fall and stay in love. It's just that man builds. Do whatever struggles when you're building or you have a mortgage or you have university fees. So if you're in your 20s and you're in love, soak it in. Like soak it in, kabisa. Many, many years ago, someone told me, Agatha, enjoy your partner as much as possible. Spend time together. Look into each other's eyes. Take walks. Hold hands. Waxing lyrical, because there's a time you won't. I looked at this guy, I'm like, do you know how in love we are? I mean, like, there's a time we won't. If your relationship is having problems. Yeah, I wish I listened to him. Our next speaker I met him for the very first time 2 or 3 days ago. So every so often, not as often as we should, we run a masterclass. So how the masterclass started was we did engage. Don and I started engage for very selfish reasons. We just wanted to hear people's stories. And then we realized there's a whole tribe of people like us who love listening to stories. But by engage 3 or 4, we'd realize that while everyone, and I can guarantee you, everyone has an interesting story, everyone also needs help in telling their story, not just to an audience, but for the benefit of an audience. That David will stand up here, and there's something about his life experiences that you will pick. So we developed a speaker coaching process. And then we have people saying, listen, my friend so-and-so spoke at that Engage thing, and I don't want to speak publicly, but I want to get better at telling stories. Can you do it for our team? And like David, we're like, yes! And we started doing it, and then we realized there's people who don't have organizations that pay for these things, so we'd get people together and do storytelling masterclasses. So we held the first masterclass this week, Wednesday, Thursday. And Eugene was one of the participants. And there was such a vibe around him and so many stories about him that we said, how about you come on Saturday and tell us one of your stories and also practice what you have learned. If he bums, it's not our teaching, that's the problem, it's him. But if he is amazing, and I suspect that he will be amazing, it's because we are awesome. Ladies and gentlemen, warm round of applause for Eugene Benedict.
Thank you. This story begins in my grandmother's kitchen, but it has nothing to do with food. You see, my grandmother had a way of passing information across. Sometimes it was stories, sometimes she was praying and preaching for us. But she had this innate ability to pick the moments, to share a story, to inspire someone. So this day, in her kitchen, she used to call me Arujo, so she called me Arujo. When you were born, your grandfather held you in his arms, looked into your eyes, and said these words: "This boy will be a great man." Now, these words have journeyed with me as I go through life, facing challenges, ups and downs, wins and losses. Today, I'm going to share with you how these words journeyed with me as I pursued excellence in football. You see, I always wanted to be a professional footballer. In fact, my brother and my cousins called me nicknames. They used to call me El Haji Diouf, Dennis Oliech, name it, JJ Okocha, Ronaldo, all these names. And that got into me. And I started thinking, this must be the story my grandfather was saying. That when I grow up, I will be a great man. You see, I was born in Ochido village, Kanyamkago location, Uriri district, deep in Migori County. I had never seen a professional footballer. But here I was, hoping that one day I'll share stadiums with the greatest of the greatest. So when I went to primary school, Rombe Primary School. Who calls a school Rombe Primary School? You see, Rombe loosely translates to sheep in my language. So maybe it's because we're just following our teachers. So they call it Rombe Primary School. But if you're a young boy wanting to become a professional footballer, you're always carrying your ajuala to school. Ajuala is these balls we made using green and black paper bag. Recycling, right? And I always carried mine, and I couldn't wait for break time so that I could just go there and play football. But you see, trials in the village are different. How do you get seen? How do they notice you that you can actually play football? First, you needed to impress your primary school teacher, games teacher, that you are good enough to be in the school team. But you see, I started school early. And so I was very young. And back then, when free primary education came, what happened? So many people, like 20-year-olds, came back to school. So there was no way I was getting the position to play. So I struggled. Actually, after impressing your primary school teacher, then he'd need to put you in the school team. And then you went to the competitions. I tell you schools around my area. So there is, one already, Rombe Primary School. And then there is Nyamilu Primary School. And then there is Ramuoma Primary School. And then there is Kanyakech Primary School. So when you went for local competitions, what happened is that they'll put you together, you'll compete against each other, and then we'll pick stars to go and represent the larger region. No one picked me. In fact, I rarely even got the opportunity to play. Then I went to high school. I remember that day when my brother and I joined St. John's Seminary, Rakwaro. No, I was not going to be a priest, guys. Story for another day. But quickly, I got into the school team. And now the nicknames changed. Back then, they were calling me Dennis Oliech, JJ Okocha, El Haji Diouf. Now they were calling me different names. Now these guys started calling me Nicholas Sebastian Anelka. They were calling me Baldin Ngua. They were calling me George Blackberry Odhiambo. The nicknames changed, but the struggles remained the same. Again, no one really saw me. The young seminarians would get to football competitions, but rarely went past the regional competitions. No one gave me a chance. No one support. In fact, the closest I came to being noticed was when there were stories that the dominant football playing schools around my area wanted to poach me and sponsor me so that I can play for them. But there was nothing in terms of the greatness. No one was giving me the chance to start playing professionally. Fast forward, I go to Dedan Kimathi University to pursue a degree in actuarial science. I still remember when my mom left, and I sat there saying, now, I have the freedom. I'm now going to train and train and train, and hopefully someone will notice me. And boy, did I train. You see, Nyeri is very cold. So the first term, the first semester, I'm not sure if I should continue training because it's very cold. And the guys kind of just guys have gotten used to it, but for me, it was bothering me that I'm training and it's drizzling. But I found my ways because remember the big vision. I must be a great man. And football must be the thing that makes me great. So I get to be the team captain. I'm doing very well. I'm playing every so often, university competitions here and there. But the pattern remained the same. The nicknames were now different, though. Now they're calling, in fact, they just called me one name, Didier Drogba. Because I was huge, and I was dominating, and I never played football, I'd bully defenders with my physique. In fact, they even made it nicer. Instead of Didier Drogba, they called me D. And I said, this must be it. Now it's about to come home. But the closest I came to being a professional footballer was when one day, after the trainings in this cold Nyeri weather, I received this call. So I'm like, hello. And the other guy says, hello. And then he says, huyu ni D. I'm like, huyu ni D. And then he goes like, nimeambiwa wewe ni mzuri sana kwa ball. Si ukuje huku Karatina, tupige hii kitu. You see, that was Ras. Ras was the team manager of Madhaidi Sports Club. Madhaidi was a small team. Madhaidi was a small team in Karatina, playing in the local leagues. But you know what that phone meant to me? Someone has finally seen me. So every evening after classes, I would go, jump on a matatu to Nyeri town, take a matatu to Karatina, and do my trainings. For every game I played, they paid me 300 shillings. You see, you're laughing, you think 300 shillings is like very small. But for me, someone was finally, and 300 shillings, you know, transport from Nyeri to Karatina and back is like 200 shillings. So when you get home, all you have is 100 bob to eat supper and it's done. Again, you wait for the next game. But maybe it was finally coming together. So I go back home, the semester closes, and I tell my mom and my family members, guys, this thing is finally coming home. Ras called me. And Ras said, I'm good at soccer. And Ras is paying me. You see, my mom is a very smart lady, very emotionally intelligent. So she didn't like bash me, but she asked a few questions. Who is Ras? How safe are you when you go playing with them? And how is this affecting your studies? I brushed it off. I said, Ras is a nice guy. He pays me, nini. I'm still, actually, I'm managing. But later on, I figured out this thing really bothered my mom. See, my mom is a single mom. And I'm one of the two boys. My brother Carl is somewhere in the audience. So this education thing is like, she's invested so much, hoping that this thing will work for me, and somehow I'll turn out to be a man responsible enough. So when I figured out these things was affecting my family and they were not happy with it, I went back and I turned down the sponsorship, the signing that Ras had given me. So what happened when I finished university, graduated, went back home, and I'm at this point where this football thing may be working, may not be working. And then one day I get a call from my friend now, and then would-be boss, Sarah Margarita, from Metropole CRB, saying, please come, we'd like to give you an opportunity to pursue a career in data science. Then I sat there, football, data science, my mom, Ras, and all these other questions around me. Then I made a decision to go for data science. But ladies and gentlemen, what do you do when your childhood dream, the dream you had, the dream your grandfather spoke about, the ambition that you had as a person, dies and crashes before your eyes? That could have crushed me, but I chose to pivot. You see, I know football, right? And I love the game, right? So maybe I could use these skills as I pursue data science to learn football coaching. So after a few months, a few years of doing coaching randomly here and there, I decided to take my coaching classes. So they call it CAF B, the certification for like the most basic fundamental football coaching. I took those classes. I remember actually the trainer, his name is Coach Kangi, very famous in the Kenya Premier League scene. Coach Kangi said, Majama, now you have enough skills to go there and build teams, impact players, and impact football knowledge. That made me feel maybe I wasn't an Oliech, or El Haji Diouf, or Baldin Ngwa, or Nicholas Anelka, or D. But with this coaching thing, I could help mold the next Baldin Ngwa, the next D, the next Oliech. So I went back to my local community and my local team, who then did not have a coach. So when you have a CAF D and people don't have a coach, you become a coach. So I became a coach in the local team, somewhere around Kitengela. And I started coaching. I still remember very clearly the first friendly match we had, Kiss Cringe as we called it. So we went a bit above our weight. So we called these guys in, and we're excited. We have a new coach. This is our first friendly. This is going to work. Then these merciless guys, heartless guys, not knowing I was a coach now, decided to beat my team. Not 1, not 2, not 3, but 11-0. You see, that day, when I went back and my wife asked me, how was the game? Yeah, those feelings of no one sees me, I'm a failure, I'm not good enough, came back to me. But I didn't quit. I kept going. And at least now I had a backup. Data science was working. So I kept going, and right now we're building a team that sooner or later will be looking to compete in local leagues. I'll tell you when I won my first trophy as a coach. You see, I work for a very decent corporate. And before COVID, they had a proper team that was participating in one of the largest corporate leagues. Then COVID happened, then the team died. So here I am, established employee with some new coaching roles, with a big dream to achieve greatness. What I did, you had to convince finance guys, accountants, hello. I had to convince accountants and HR that they should sponsor this team to come back again. We were able to convince them, and we built a team. Again, going back now to the training ground. Now, this is the interesting point. I'm a coach, but some of the guys that I'm coaching here actually lived my dream. We have staff people who actually played in the Kenya Premier League. How do I convince them? How do I tell them? How do I decide to serve them off? I was able to manage through those. And on 7th of September 2024, we played our first corporate Olympics game. I can't forget how I felt when the team, through the preliminaries, to the quarterfinals, to the semifinals, to the finals. And who is at the coach line? Who is at the touch line? I can't hear you. D is at the touch line. And when the final whistle went, and we won the final 3-1 against the Deloitte team that was like very, very, very competitive team, I sat at that touch line. Something had finally given. Someone had finally seen me. I had achieved greatness. Remember what my grandfather said? I had achieved some sort of greatness. Ladies and gentlemen, I wouldn't know the challenges you go through life. I wouldn't know moments that have made you feel not seen, neglected, rejected even. Maybe it's that career change that is not coming through. Maybe it's that promotion that is not coming through. Maybe it's that marriage that could be failing. But against all the odds, I believe that if you find a way to pivot, you find a way to keep on that dream, you find a way to keep going, something will give. Takes me back to that day in my grandmother's kitchen when my grandfather, looked into my eyes and said these words: "This boy will be a great..." Thank you. Thanks.
Another hand for Eugene, everyone. So about this Engage Masterclass. So how well do you guys think Eugene did? I'll tell you why I think Eugene is a great man. So when I met Eugene, 4 weeks back?
Yeah.
So I met Eugene at Strathmore, and it was on the last day of the program that was being run for managers. And so Eugene so you're there as a facilitator, and then they're asking, so all the facilitators came, and they asked somebody to give a vote of thanks.
Yeah.
And so I think Eugene was sort of picked on, but he was reluctant. He wanted to pass it on to somebody else. So I stopped and tell him, no. Do you want to tell that story?
Yeah, I could tell
Okay.
you. It's around...
We've created a monster, you can tell.
It's around 5 p.m.-ish. And Don walks in first, and I'm like, I've seen this guy somewhere, but I'm just not sure. So then I saw his handbook, and it said, Engage. And I've seen this guy not Engage. Then we have this session, and Don, like a huge, there were like 2-3 other panelists, and then you have these questions on leadership and all. Then I'm picked on. So I was just supposed to take a gift bag, greet Don, give it to Don, and sit. Then they said, no, you must also give a vote of thanks. I battled with it. Then I decided, no, what I will talk. Then I give the vote of thanks, blah, 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 blah. Don is impressed. And it's like, yeah, you can actually tell a good story, Stella, and all. He tells me all these nice things. And then we say goodbye and we leave. Should I repeat there?
That's okay. And so we're running the masterclass last week, and then I figured Eugene can benefit from this masterclass. And I think I called Eugene the day before.
Yeah.
And I tell him, we're having the Engage Masterclass, and I think you should register for it. Yeah. And to cut a long story short, like with less than 12 hours notice, this man registered. This man was the first guy in class the following day. Yeah. And the first guy, I think, every day. And so we finish, and as Akatha said, it's impressive. And then yesterday, we call Eugene and tell him, Eugene, I think you can stand on stage and tell that story. And Eugene says, yes, I'll do it. So I think the greatness of this man, I think is in that spirit of, yes, you can. But as a parting shot, on this thing of, the way we should be living our lives through red flags. You should be able to tell red flags. Like you should know there's a red flag when certain things happen. And as much as this guy is a go-getter, he doesn't see red flags. And I think the first red flag would have been, like, how is there a professional soccer club in Karatina? Like who, how? Like, when have you heard that great footballers have emerged? Someone says, I started my craft in Karatina. It doesn't happen. So I think the next masterclass he needs to sort of attend is one on, how to tell. The red flag, masterclass. Another hand for him, everyone. when you have a conversation with the next speaker, have you ever spoken to someone and you get a sense of reverence? And the moment they speak, you feel like, I think I should have done that again with a bit more reverence. Because there's something about her that puts you in order. There's a calming spirit about her. It could be because she's an executive coach. It could be because she has sat on many boards. It could be because she's an accomplished speaker, preacher, mentor. She's so many things to so many people. It is my singular honor, ladies and gentlemen, to invite on stage Jenny Karina.
Thank you. Wow. As I walked in, before I had my seat, someone came and whispered in my ear, when I grow up, I want to be you. I hear that a lot. I didn't tell her what I usually say, but what I usually look into someone's eyes and I ask them a simple question. Do you want to pay the price? When you see Jenny, you see elevation. You see success. You see accomplishment. But what you don't know is the price that many like me have paid to be where we are. Many years ago, I was raised in a great family. My father was the first bank manager in Barclays Bank. My mother was a teacher. So I can say I grew up in a comfortable, affluent home. Many never knew what it is to have a car, a driver, and to be driven to where you needed to go. I did. I enjoyed ribs. We slaughtered goats with my father, by the way. I didn't just enjoy the ribs. I learned how to slaughter a goat. And beyond that, we ate sausages, chapatis. Many had chapatis only for Christmas. But in my home, we had chapatis every week. I loved my life. But one day, I'm not sure why or how, maybe my sister who's in the audience will tell me later today what actually happened, Lucy. I'm not sure. But we were all packed and taken to boarding school. Standard 1, Standard 2, Standard 3, Standard 4. If you have been in Molo, you know how cold Molo is. Our fingers would turn blue because of the cold and the chill of Molo. I felt betrayed. I felt rejected. I was afraid. I was so young, so vulnerable. I had to brave so much. And the question is, where is my mother in all this? How could she allow this to happen? But that was nothing, going to boarding school. The next thing that happened is to come home. I had a self-contained room, my own bathroom, my own room. I loved my life. Shipped over to Kahuhia, in Moranga. Now, it's one thing to go to boarding school. It's another thing to be shipped to your grandmother's where you need to behave like every other child. You can't wear shoes. You will eat their food. There is no fridge. There is no hot water. Now, my parents were raising some strong cookies here. You have to go through resilience. And, that was the National Youth Service in that season for us. Till the land, that was not a problem for me. But one of my greatest challenges was the pit latrine. Have you ever experienced where you are not sure you might just fall right into it? And in the night, I was used to just stepping into my self-contained bathroom, but I had to get out and find a way to just stand this way and do whatever you needed to do right outside there at the grass. It was so difficult, so my grandmother made sure that she found a bucket that was put in the sitting room just outside my room so that in the night I don't need to get out. I discovered that my parents, as I grew, believed that this was the best thing for Jenny so that she can avoid the vicious town city boys as I was becoming a teenager. But I can tell you unapologetically, the vicious boys were in the village. I don't know how I got out of the village, but I did. And against all odds, I grew tall. I was big, but I didn't have a bust. And my aunties would come and say, "What's wrong with you? How come you don't have a bust?" They would take me to the river. I will never forget the experience of a river down the valley to the river. And if you have lived in the village, you know that in the river, there are insects, black insects. I don't know what you call them in English, but in my language, it's called jorori. Translate to your neighbor. Jorori. And so Benson Gedua's daughter was of age, and the boys were getting anxious. She don't have any breasts, so my aunties have to make sure they begin to happen. And when they put the juroris on my boobs, within an hour, I had a full bust. Now, I thought miracles happen in the village, and that's good. But when I grew up, I discovered that is poison. They are poisonous. And so the village was a great place to be. We bonded with my grandmother. She became my rock. She became my sounding board. She became my protector. And I did spend every holiday with my grandmother. Straight from boarding school, come home, pack a new bag, straight to the grandmother's. Initially, I was resentful because I missed home. Eventually, I didn't need to be taken. If I came home and there were reasons why I would spend the week, I would walk to the mat, go to tea room, if you know where tea room is, go to Muranga. I have done that even when I didn't have any money. At that time, I was done with my parents. Done. Have you ever been done with your parents? I was done with mine. I said, check you out. So, I headed to Kahuhia, and I got my grandmother. And she was shocked because I don't go there alone. What happened? I said, I am done with my parents. I don't want them no more. She dressed up. We went to the city. And since then, my grandmother never left our home, and the village trips were over until the day I was married. I no longer had a master and suit to myself. We shared my room with my grandmother. Oh, You should have met my grandmother. Your life would be different. She spoke blessings upon me. She told me issues of life. She had gone through thick and thin because her husband, my grandfather, came to work in the city and found a girl. My grandmother was left in the village to raise her sons, and my grandfather just moved on with his second wife. So whatever happened, my father worked so hard to get himself out of the village and to get many other people out of the village. Then comes his daughter, the one he called Mami, named after his own mother. He loved me fearlessly. Unapologetically. I am Kavura, the one that bore him. And this is now what happened. When I got accustomed to being in the city, I hit the streets of Nairobi, ready for dating. And believe me, I found me a drop-dead gorgeous man. If you know him, you know I have an eye. You know I see good things. No good thing passes me by. I may say nothing, but I see it. I was sitting next to a good thing. So you don't see a good thing and walk away. And I just knew we need to nail it here. I met Bob, Karina, bless you, wherever you are, Bob. He's in America right now. He just landed in New York. He would have been here. I'm here with my son, Ronnie, Rina, Shiro. All my family is here, just to cheer me on. And I will tell you that I was in a church service at All Saints Cathedral with my mother. We were attending a wedding. And Bob Karina was taking photographs. His father was a photographer. He was raised to take photos. And when he came to take my photo, the Kodak magical moment happened right there. We had never seen each other, but he just took the photo, moved the camera, looked at me, and my belly just, something happened. Now, I was only 17 years of age. 17 years of age. You are not allowed. You are not allowed to be looking or even imagining. So anyway, we went home. He followed me, and I said, can't you see I'm with my mama? So I met him later, and a passionate love grew from that. As they were singing the love songs, I wondered, what happened? What happened? This man blew my mind. I couldn't eat. I couldn't think. I just wanted his love and nothing else. Before I knew it, I got pregnant. Not in a Benson Gedua's house. We were royalty. Who's the guy? I don't know. He lives in Kaloleni. I live in Ridgeways, girls. Hey, guys, I live in Ridgeways. Ati Kalo. He's from Moranga, Maragua, but, he's been living with his uncle in Nairobi. It was a hard sell. Hard one. My father said, don't worry, I'll give you the guest house. It's okay. So, my mother said, when I see the morning, I don't want to see you here. You are a total embarrassment to us. You will walk on that side of the road as I walk on this other one. I know you not. So I took my bags and I left home. Eventually, I was brought back home with a condition. It has to be marriage. No Benson Gedhua's daughter can have a child at home. Forget you who go to Nairobi Hospital and say, plant the seed. Or I just need a man to give me a baby. It was not in that season. Against every odds, I bought myself the wedding gown. I bought myself the wedding ring. I was ready to walk down the aisle. And before I did, my drop-dead gorgeous said to me, now we got a deal here. I will marry you. But don't you ever ask me where I am or who I'm with. I must have lost my mind to sign up, but I did. Walked down the aisle. I do. Home. Before I knew it, I had 3 children. Crawling all over me, sucking my boobs, causing me to go dizzy. And that's Ronnie and Shiro here. There were twins, one here and another one here. I don't know how I made it this far. But I will tell you, I had a father. And my father always told me, you can amount to anything. The only thing you will never be is the president of the United States of America. Because, and only because, you're not a citizen. What is holding you back? It's okay. It's a pity my daughter married a schoolboy. It's a pity. But you got to pick up your pieces, go back to school, and make a life for yourself. My sisters here, they were all graduates. My brothers, they were all graduates. Jenny chose. Because that's where my season was. Now, I cried myself to sleep every night. I was married so that I can have someone drink wine at the honey at the fireplace. Cuddle and hug. Then finally I realized it's nonsense. It's all about responsibilities. There's rent to be paid. Children are going to school. There's so much to be done. I tried to dust myself. Many, many years later, over 2 decades, I walked back to the school that I went to collect my O-level certificate so that I can begin my journey of learning. When I signed up that, I still was crying, what will I do with the children? What will I do? At that time, then my husband went for studies in America. And I was a single mother at that time for a couple of years. When it was time to go to school, my father-in-law came to see me to give me a gift so that I can be able to do this. And he told me, he found me full of tears. My preoccupation was crying. So he said to me, what are you crying about, my dear? And I said, your son, your son. Everything was about his. He said to me, on Monday, come to my office. We need to have a conversation. Because even me, as old as I am, I would not desire you. Tears, mucus, everything wrong with you. You need to do something. When I go to the village, I find your mothers. My father-in-law had 4 wives. Not 1, 4. I find they have dug, they have tilted the land, they have invited everybody to do what they need. They ask me for the money. You should not just be crying here. You should be saying what it is that you want to do, how you want to do it, and then you're supported. So when I went to his office and we had a conversation, it was agreed that he would support me, start the business that I wanted. I didn't start building houses. Neither did I choose to leave home. I began a simple business. I was selling day-old chicks and chicken poultry. The many people that know me know that I was a poultry farmer and I did all things cuckoo. And the cuckoo was the best business that we have ever had with our family. Bob and I became very faithful there, and we did great chicken business that educated these children, not just in Kenya, but internationally. At a global level. Ronnie was in United Kingdom. Rina and Shiro, they were in Australia. Chicken money. At the end of the day, chicken money bought a bank. If you know me well, you know that my daughter Rina Hicks is all about money. How to create, grow, and preserve wealth. And so we have an investment bank, FIDA Investment Bank, that came about. Now, the thing is, we all desire to start from the top. But everyone that has achieved a level of success, because I have no apology to let you know, I am a successful woman. All right? I am a successful woman. And to be successful, I have walked down valleys, trenches, and I've been on the mountaintop. And I know what it is to be in these two spaces. It is not easy. But the one thing that kept pushing me was the voice of my daddy. You can be anything that you want to become. What do you want to become? I went to school, sponsored me. But my father, before he saw my success, had a stroke, and his health was not so good. Every graduation that I've walked down to receive my credentials, I have cried bitter tears because not my father, not my mother have been there to see. And my children can't understand. Can't you see we are here? Huh? So what is it? But I will tell you this. If it is not because of my parents, I would not be who I am today. If Bob Karina chose to put me in a box and did not allow me to thrive, I would not be who I am. He's my greatest cheerleader. He allowed me not just to study, but he also allowed me to write books. And I began by writing a book on marriage. And the book I wrote on marriage, Built to Last, was about our marriage. He forgot my birthday. He didn't come home. He didn't speak to me nicely. I was exposing my life. And he said, it's okay. My children allowed it. Everybody read and said, Mama, go on. And I did it. I want to let you know that life cannot be lived backwards. It can only be lived forward and understood backwards. If you are in that struggle of wondering, why am I going through this? You are being refined. I'm a global leader. I have traversed the world, teaching, training, coaching, mentoring, from first families to the lowest people. And I will tell you, if I have had any success in my life, it's not for silver and gold. It's not the money in the bank. It is the children I have raised. It is the impact I have had. It is the influence that I have been able to achieve over the period of my life. Recently, I wrote a new book, Life Elevates. How you can elevate your life. And I did it for women because all my books are family books. And I said, this one, I want a woman to be elevated and to stop looking for this fleeting love that seems to go away. Because life is about seasons. There is a season to be in love, and there is a season for drama. There is a season that drama comes to an end, and then you get into a season of discovery. It doesn't matter what you do, what you say, nothing ain't gonna change here. Then you get used to it, or you choose to leave. Then you finally get to the level where I'm at. I'm in my depth stage. And finally, beloved, I want to let you know, I've served at corporate level from very junior levels. I began as a secretary. I moved on. I became the PA to the person that I served. After going to school and doing all these things, I have been elevated, not only getting to the top and being a chairman of a board of directors in a public listed company, in a state corporation, in a pension funds, and also serving the Girl Guides movement, both at a national and an international level. And I will tell you, it is sweet to be at the top. Join me at the top. Join me at the top. And I will tell you that to get to the top is sweat, blood, and tears. But one of the things that helped me get to the top easily is I am comfortable around men because I'm a daddy's girl. And men became my allies. They opened the doors. I don't compete with men. I compliment them. There is no room for competition. With Jenny, she comes in to compliment. I've complimented my drop-dead gorgeous man. He's the happiest man alive. And as a result, he's made me the happiest woman here. I will say, seasons come and seasons go. I've had great seasons, and I have had very painful seasons. But I think what I have done in every season, I've taken lessons from each season to help me navigate my next season better. My parents have gone to be with the Lord. I bless them wherever they are. My children, my sisters, my dear sister, Reverend Lucy, who is here with me today, to cheer me on, to pray. And each one of you, my friends and daughters, you are so many, allow me not to mention you. Thank you for believing in me. It is in believing in me that has made me take the baby steps to become who God called me to be. And many times I have been told, no eye has seen, no ear has heard, and no mind has conceived what the Lord is about to do in your life. Every single day, I wait for a new miracle. I wait for a new horizon. I wait for someone new whose life will never be the same because I interacted with them. And so as dawn comes, allow me to say to you, each one of you is a winner. All you need to do is find your purpose, rise above your situation and circumstances, and become who God called you to be. God bless you. Mwah. Thank you.
If you guys think that Jenny is such a vibe, make some noise for her. Jenny, there were so many there are so many gems in your story that I will not even attempt to repeat them. But there's the first thing that you said is you have, not the first thing, one of the things that stood out for me is you have an eye for. An eye for what?
Thing.
And then Big Ted stood up. That's why I got confused. It was like we need to start with definitions. Like what is a good thing? Like what is a beautiful thing? I think Ted misheard you. So maybe he needs to introspect. But Ted, don't worry, everybody is a winner. The second thing and this goes to, I feel like you conducted like in 2 minutes, like in 60 seconds, there was a masterclass for women. You know the way Bob told you, contractually, and I hope the women are listening, the ladies, that we're going to do this as long as you don't do what? Ask me where I am or
who I'm with.
Whom I'm with. And are you seeing how that was the foundation of the success that Jane is right now? Isn't it? It's fantastic.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. I said at the beginning, if you come to engage and don't pick a lesson, you're wasting your time. And then also, I think there's so much there, Janie. We just want to appreciate you and your family for supporting you to be this phenomenal woman that you are.
Thank you.
So a big shout out to them and to you.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Let's close with another round of applause for Janie.
Thank you. God bless you.
So I'm going to ask Modest to come to just with very short interlude of music before we almost call it wrap. So I'm going to ask Modest to come on stage, and I just want to tell you that there is great expectations for this performance. And if you've noticed so far, there's a foundation that has been set for success. Everybody who's come here has blown our minds, and everybody is a winner. So. Anyway, put your hands together for him.
Well, no pressure at all. No pressure whatsoever. I think when I was invited as a performer, and I was even telling my band, unajua mziki yenye mina do, a lot of it, the audience is Gen Z. And those people, it's exactly what you think they are. They have a lot of energy, they want a lot of engagement. But this reminds me of back when I used to just play in small setups. I see Big Ted here, so many events that he organized. I used to just go there and try to find myself on that stage. It was not very successful, but here we are sharing the same stage with him, so I'm really grateful for those experiences. And this next song is gonna have a little bit of energy. In the context of what we're talking about love, I gave up about singing love. I said, let me just sing happy songs, and maybe through there, I'm gonna find my person. So this song is called Catch a Vibe, and I hope you guys enjoy it. Okay, I think the systems want to prove what it means to, against all odds, we're still going to perform. So, we're going to do something very exciting. We're with the band right now. Up and doing it now, Usani, you have to really invent the wheel. All right? Play for me something, and then play the chords, and then we'll sing with the people. Correct?
Ooh, na 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 na. Na 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 na. Yeah, 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 yeah. Ooh, na na na. I wanna give you night and day, valia Sunday best, yeah. Rumba modoni ya joto, reggae yangu ndo best, yeah. Anywhere with you, ni furaha tupuke. Mina wewe, ni furaha tupuke. Leo ndo siku I'm on a mission, si to address the tension. Na tufika home, tutaona tension and dress for me. Nikupatie my loving, yani vitu sensational. Can we catch a vibe? Will you groove with me, baby? Will you dance along? Can we catch a vibe? Have the time of our life. Oh yes, oh yes. Can we catch a vibe? Will you groove with me, baby? Will you dance along? Can we catch a vibe? Have the time of our life. Oh yes, oh yes, oh. Oh, can we catch a vibe? Have the time of our life, of our life. Oh, can we catch a vibe? Yeah, yeah.
So this song is inspired with a little bit of Lingala.
Takacheza na yeye Lingala, tazunguka Paris na Amerika. Mali tamu tamu nimepata, mali tamu tamu nimepata. Takacheza na yeye Lingala, tazunguka Paris na Amerika. Mali tamu tamu nimepata, mali tamu tamu nimepata. Popote popete tuliko, catch a vibe. Will you groove with me, baby? Will you dance along? Can we catch a vibe? Have the time of our life. Oh yes, oh yes. Can we catch a vibe? Will you groove with me, baby? Will you dance along? Can we catch a vibe? By the time of our life. Oh yes, oh yes, oh can we catch a vibe, vibe? Have the time of our life, life. Oh can we catch a vibe, vibe? Have the time of our life. Oh can we catch a vibe, vibe? Have the time of our life, life. Oh can we catch a vibe? By the time of our life.
I want to invite my guitarist. I need him to speak a little bit too. This is Ice Lead, one of the best guitarists in Nairobi.
Na 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 na. Catch a vibe, vibe. Have the time of our life, life. Oh, can we catch a vibe, vibe? Have the time of our life.
Could you help me do that?
Can we catch a vibe, vibe? Have the time of our life, life. Oh, can we catch a vibe, vibe? Have the time of our life. A little louder, can we catch a vibe, vibe? Have the time of our life, life. Oh, can we catch a vibe? Have the time of our life. Hey, takacheza na yeye, tuzunguke Paris na Amerika. Mali tamu tamu nimepata, mali tamu tamu nimepata.
Shukran.
I was feeling Gen Z-ish, so I'd left the stage. I'd like to invite some people up on stage. If you feel that the odds have been stacked against you, please come up. Not yet. And you guys are all dynasty. You're like Benson Gidua's daughter. Is there anyone who feels like the odds have been stacked against them? So please come up. If you be so bold. I won't ask you the details. I'll ask something, but I won't ask the details. I won't make you cry. Okay, I probably will. Or maybe not. Anyone? Someone? I will wait. Fortune favors the bold. Keep coming, keep coming. Wanaume town. Kujeni tu. There's space for more. I need, yes, thank you. People my age, don't be embarrassed. We're all struggling. So we have 5. I want 5 more people. Yeah. Imagine. Move closer. I don't bite on Saturday evenings. Even you, the odds are stacked. In a chomo naka dynasty. 3 more people. Be bold. And as they come, so I'll hand over the mic to you and you tell me, what does that mean, against all odds? Because you're here because you believe the odds are stacked against you. What does against all odds mean for you? Guys, move closer. There's a red carpet. And it's new. So in no particular order. How many are you? Sasa mmepita. Ni wangapi hawa? 2, 4, 6, 2, 4. Are you standing with Emmy or you're standing on your own? You're standing with Emmy. 2, 4, 5, 2. Mmoja wenu anini afanye ile kitu. Ati? There are 10. I know where your parents live. I heard your voice. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes, I can't count. Please. Gitonga, come. I can't count. Also, it's not news. Don't I need your password again? Also, against all odds.
Those ones.
What does against all odds mean for you?
Oh, okay. Where's it on?
Hello.
Okay. Against all odds means forgive my French, there's a lot of shit coming my way, but I still rise. That's what against all odds means.
Against all odds to me means that to remain resilient, and that there's a verse in the Bible that says that, oh God, help me remember, that a dog that is alive is better than a dead lion. And so for me, the fact that I'm still alive gives me a chance to continue hoping and to be resilient.
I would say against all odds for me means that you're pursuing something that you only see and nobody else understands, but you keep pursuing it because at the end of the day, the vision is yours and nobody needs to understand it. So.
Hi everyone, my name is Derek Kathurima. Against all odds for me means there are certain things that happen in my life that sort of dictated, that I was not supposed to be here, standing here on this stage, on this very day, for me and my family, without giving too much away. And against all odds for me means there are so many nights when I asked the Lord to actually take me, because I had gotten to what felt like my last breath. Against all odds for me means living each and every day knowing that there's a big dream within my heart, but not knowing how I was going to fulfill it. Putting that aside, against all odds means for me that I am here today on this stage because of the goodness and the greatness of God, because of the love that I find with my family, the love that I find with strangers, and the fact that there is a purpose that God has for me, and it shall be fulfilled. Thank you.
Hi and good evening. My name is Gitonga, and I have had the honor before to stand on this stage and tell my story. All right, my name is Gitonga Wandai, and I have had the honor of standing on this stage and tell my story before, and that's why I was a bit quick to go back so that I can give somebody else a chance. There's beauty in absolute destruction, and I had seen it once in my life. And just at the process, at that time, I had a chance to tell my story, and after that, I rose again, and I'm still rising. And this is just a testament that actually, yes, against all odds, you can stand again.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I am so privileged to be here tonight because I don't take it for granted. Against all odds, for me, means battling cancer, stage 4, and you're given 3 months to live. And 7 years down the line, I am still alive because of God. Against all odds means learning to appreciate the small mercies as you wait for the bigger miracle. When you're in pain, I still praise God. When I'm in pain, I still praise God. And there's so many lessons that I've had to, and my family have learned through it. And even though it has relapsed, I still praise God. And I encourage each one of you to learn to appreciate your Creator no matter the cost. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. My name is Wycliffe. I've been also here briefly before, so maybe that's why Agatha was wondering. And I may have seemed to have maybe grown with a silver spoon in my life, but maybe that's not the case. But for me, I think against all odds, what I've seen is at some point in my career, there was a pattern, for those of you who know me. And at one point, I think as I was growing in my career, I was seen to be the person who did not have the staying power. And I was a bit jumpy, and I moved employers quite a bit. But I think against all odds is knowing that I knew I was going to find a place where I was going to be happy and I was going to stay. So after a series of trials of short-term engagements, I have happened to now stay with where I am for the last 8 years, after a period where I was not able to do 2 years. Actually, when I got in, I had told myself, okay, if I get to the 2 years mark, then it's going to be good. But against all odds, I've been there for 8 years and continued to grow, not just doing the same thing. And for me, that's really what it means to go against all odds. When you believed that you were going to get that place where you're going to have the happiness and you're going to grow, and it came through. Even if when other people just thought, you know what, why are you looking and constantly looking? But now I think I found the place, and I'm happy, and there's growth, and that's, to me, what is against all odds.
Hello, everyone. First, I'm just excited. Yeah. D is my brother. So I'm very proud. I'm the firstborn. But if you look at us, he looks older than I am. So that's, I think that's the first against all odds. Yeah. Against all odds is that we are where we are right now, because the kind of life we led from where we started up to now, for me to even be here, I was just excited, first of all, to be even in a theater. So to just be here and say, okay, first, let me go and see and feel how it is. So that's another against all odds. So I'm really grateful. He did tell you that our first school was called Ramwoma, which, when loosely translated, means clumsy. So, yeah, so we went from clumsy primary school to sheepish primary schools. Yeah, I'm very grateful, and our mom is in the audience. Yeah. Please. I remember days when our mom would come and tell us, like, for you to go to school, I had to sell the gas that we use in the house so that you guys could go to school, just pay your school fees. So for us to be here today and just stand here and even address some great people like the lady here. I've even seen Rina Hicks. I'm a big fan of your talks. I want to be rich one day, so. Yeah, so against all odds, I'm looking forward. So your books and your YouTube is my inspiration for now, so that's my step. So it's hard sometimes. All of us have very difficult moments where when you are afraid to speak to someone about something that you're going through, because you know you might cry to a point that your leg may explode. And it's something that happens to all of us. Me, I didn't know by the age of 31 I would be a widower. And it is something that happened to me, and I don't like talking about it because every time I try to speak about it, tears start rolling down my eyes. It's something that you don't process every day, and I feel for her because my wife passed like on 2023 on 11th of July through cancer. We just had our first son. He's 7 years now, very busy. But yeah, I'm learning fast. I was excited to be a parent. I was excited to be a husband and a family man. Then I found myself being so young and without a wife. Now I have to learn how to live with that. So I'm really grateful. My son is doing really great. So against all odds, he's becoming as stubborn just like any other kid. So I'm really grateful. So thank you very much. I was just excited. I just wanted to be here. Yesterday when my brother told me that he was going to talk on Engage, I was saying, wow, how did that happen? So I'm just happy to be here. So thank you very much, and thank you.
Hi, everybody. So for me, I've come for Engage quite a number of times, and I always sit somewhere there. And when Agatha asked us to come on stage, for me was to step out and come and show up. I listen to stories, and I think for a long time I've never thought of trying to look at my story from the past and see how it is manifesting right now. I think it's about time that then I start doing that. Then I'll be able to join the masterclass and stand on stage and get excited like him.
Hello. I'm Daniel Kirago. It's my first time here, and definition of against all odds, that was the question, no? Eh? What was it? Okay, to me it is different, and I have this friend. He lost his parents, like one in 2023 and the mother in 2024. And he's my age, he's 22. Ni mtu tumegroup pamoja. And he went off grid for a moment. He was studying in Thika, and things got really hard, and he went to a place too in Muranga to chill. So he came back this month, actually last week, and then we were having this conversation, and we were talking about life about life being fair. And he told me this point, and it got to me differently. Life, even if we don't want to accept it, we don't determine where we are born, and it doesn't matter what chances we are given. What matters is how we show up when we are given opportunities. And everyone is battling through something. I am from ghetto. One is maybe from Kileleshwa, Kilimani. We are from different backgrounds. And when I'm fighting against poverty, another person is fighting maybe from family curse, like everyone is battling through something. And when we talk about against all odds, to me it's not about rising. It's all about that, but for me, at this point in my life, it's consistency. Like, I was given this chance to come here with my friend Divine. She's my good friend, and she told me, hey, there is this form, to meet a form. So I didn't know that it was all this, honestly. And from where I'm from, we don't have to get these conversations, honestly. If I'm being truthful, we don't get to see a lot of this environment. And for me, being here, it is different. Actually, I was very scared to talk to you guys, but I'm feeling free, honestly. And being free, being consistent, in my perspective, is showing up irregardless. Thank you. Kidogo tu. Like, what I mean is, like, you know, I didn't know if it was a party, if it was something. I didn't know. For real. But siko ubaya, but if I was told that it was about all this, I could have dressed differently, honestly. But mvua imekuwa ikinyesha, sina nguo safi. So, but against all odds. So, showing up the way you are. Usijali vile watu watakuangalia. Show up.
Show up. Usijali vile watu watakuangalia. Just show up. And for these 10 people who have shown up, thank you for the courage to show up. And I want to invite Fozia. Fozia she's a Adon in Safaricom. But the important title she carries is she's our friend. Fozia has been with and around Engage for many years. She also attended the masterclass many years ago. And she will come and say a few words about Emerald and reward the ones who came up here. Hawakujali vile wataonekana na nyinyi watu wa Kilimani na Kileleshwa, but they came up here. Fozia, karibu.
Good evening, everyone. Yeah, it's so nice to enjoy beautiful, beautiful stories being told today, isn't it? There's a famous quote, I don't want to kill it, that I really love by Maya Angelou, and she says, "There's no greater agony than bearing, for those who know, an untold story inside you." That's what people are doing today. They're really bearing themselves completely. And I think from it, we get to learn something, experience something, and also know that we're not alone, isn't it? Yeah. We're not strange. We're okay. This is just life. So at Safaricom, we believe in creating fantastic experiences for our customers. I think Don said it in the beginning. Our customers are different, and they demand different experiences. For our young audiences, it's slightly different. Although it's interesting to actually see some very young people here, which is exciting. So we like to look for partners who have created experiences that we can also sponsor so that our customers can enjoy. So Emerald is a new platform that we've just launched. It's for our, what we call our Achievers segment. That's our high value segment. Our segment, most of you here, it's not all of you. You have told us we don't see you. You've told us we don't appreciate you enough. You've told us we treat you like everyone else. So we're trying to, and what we're trying to do with Emerald is first to give you a sense of identity. So anywhere you see Emerald, you know we're talking to you. We're trying to engage with you. We just launched it about 2 weeks ago. And it's just about 3 things. We're really going to leverage technology to make your life easy. It's as simple as that. We know you're busy, you're doing many things. Connectivity enables your life, so that's what we'll do, whether it's from a care perspective or whatever it is. Secondly, we're going to create experiences that are meaningful to you. And by the way, we're not the ones who've come up with these things. We've had engagements with some of you, and you've told us what's important. So for some of you, it's this. For others, it's golf. For others, it's jazz. So we'll continue to create those. And then finally, it's to make sure that the propositions we give you make a lot of sense. Today is not about pitching. For those of you who are in this segment, we have already sent you a note, and we'll start engaging with you. But today it's just to celebrate and honor all of you for being Safaricom customers. We wouldn't be celebrating 18 years of M-Pesa, nearly 25 years of Safaricom if you didn't stand by us. So for us, it's just say thank you. We'll continue to do so, together with my lovely ladies here. And am I taking, okay,
Yeah.
you run this part. I'm about to spoil it.
Yeah, I haven't received that message from Emerald yet.
It's coming. It's coming. It's coming.
So we start with Index 001 because he is the only one who explained what against all odds is. And Safaricom Emerald is rewarding you with a 5,000 shillings voucher for Carrefour supermarkets. So you give it to
Zizwe, you need to work. So Zizwe is the brand director at Safaricom. She puts together everything. Everything you see, hear, feel is curated by brand. So no Zizwe Wundler.
As
she
Zizou
comes,
is coming up,
yeah.
I would also like to gift
So that
Emmy,
we allow her to.
Yes. Emmy has come to every engage.
Oh my God. Okay, fine.
Even when she has really been struggling. And we thank you, we don't take it for granted. So we will also reward you. And I know you come with your mom to do some shopping, but I also want to recognize your brother, who's always by your side and holds your hand. And you know, Fozia, give him airtime.
Actually,
He
yeah,
needs
that's
it.
exactly what we're going to give him.
Yeah?
So come. And then get
so
the
we
voucher.
can start with Emmy so that
she can
yes.
also sit. Yeah. So this is for Emmy and this is for the bro. All the airtime is his. All of it. Where is it? he's worked too hard. Yeah. Please make sure you buy a plan. Please have a seat. But let's do this quickly so that we can continue. So I think the ladies have a plan. Let them do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
The ladies have a plan.
So,
if you wanted...
so this way they'll give you what to pass and you just pass it.
And
But
then
thank you
pass
so
it on.
much. Yeah.
But let's do 001. That speech was impassioned. Yes. Dante.
It was him, right?
Yes.
Dante, yeah. Have you been given the voucher? Ah, okay. No, I think it's this other one. It's this other one. You need to come for the photo.
Thank you very much. And then the rest will just be handed their gifts.
Yeah.
So
Okay, fine. Hand over. Cool. Thank you. Dante umepata? Asante.
Dante, uko sawa sasa?
Unataka tufanye aje? Tukusalimie, tuchukue picha. Hiyo ni important. No, wacha tufanye hivyo. Wacha tufanye hivyo. Zizwe, come here. Zizwe, come on this side. Here. And thank you for coming. Please hand it over to him.
Oh, the pictures. The middle.
In the middle. Okay. Yeah. They have them. Okay. Pass the rest. Just pass the rest. Thank you so much. And then for the most moving story for today as they get their vouchers, please pass the vouchers. We've already discussed, ladies. Just pass them. Carl, in addition to the gift we'll give you today, we will gift you an... Carl? You had an amazing story. It's a bit heart-wrenching. But we pray. No, it's life. So we pray for you and your son. We will be gifting you a Samsung S24. Thank you.
Thank you, Fozia and team. Next time mkiambiwa mkuje mbele. Samsung ni fold. I know. Nyi mmekaa tu hapo. Thank you. And thank you for the courage to come up here and share your stories. Another warm round of applause. Our next speaker is a man I met when when my knees were working perfectly. I didn't wake up with aches and pains. And I don't even know whether he remembers when we met in our late teens and early 20s. But Ted is a gentle giant. Ted has always been big, but even in his size, I remember he was introduced to me by a friend, and we hung out together and then lost, everyone went their path, and then I met him again in church, and then everyone lost their path, and then I met him again in some boardrooms. And every time I meet, there's a gentleness and there's a sincerity around him. In whatever season I have met him and found him, the season ends and another season starts, but he has remained the Ted I first met in our teens and 20s. And he will tell you more of his journey so that I don't give everything away. Ladies and gentlemen, a really warm round of applause for a big man, a gentle giant, Big Ted.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you Jenny, thank you so much for what you just said. For people like Dawn with a face for radio, they have a problem every time I show up at a place. I don't know what you actually came for today, but I want to assure you that God has purposed this day in a way that you shall actually get what you came for. So it may be a story, as you had before. It may be my story. It may be another story. But please, be aware of the moment that you're living in. In 1997, I had just left home in a huff, and I have to be very careful with the story that I tell and how I tell it. And around that time, I'd already stayed out of home for a while. And I'd moved out, and I was now living in South B with my friends. And I was living in a house that was owned by my boss, the guy I was working with. The guy I was working with told me, Ted, listen, I don't have a position for you, but what we shall do for you is that we shall give you 6,000 shillings per month. And I will also give you a place to stay, but you will pay for the house. And the house is 6,000 shillings. So in essence, I was living in South B in this nice SQ, and with that, I picked up very quickly a couple of other things that I could do. Number one, I started being a DJ, I started emceeing, and a big shout out, by the way, to my uncle, who's my inspiration to playing the guitar, who is in the building. He left me his guitar when he went out to study. So I joined this thing, and I'm this kind of guy who God has built me in a way that I can almost anticipate what is about to happen. All right? You may not believe it, but I knew you would not believe it. That's what I'm trying to talk about. So my father tells me that your problem is that you think too fast. And an issue which has had with me since I was a kid is that even before he would want to punish me, I'd already be at the apology stage. In fact, let me tell you guys a story, quick one. This day, I did something naughty in the house. I remember what I did, actually. I stole some money, and my dad is a bishop. And he called me out here and told me, listen, where did this come from? And everything. And I knew today is the day. And I did what every sinner would do when he's with the bishop. I knelt down and I told my dad, pray for me. I want to get saved. My dad told me, I will pray for you, but first, I want to beat the devil out of you. So here I am living in South B, and I'm exploring different things, and I'm trying out lots of stuff. And I'm working for this guy. He used to run one of the biggest franchises from Miss Kenya. And we are traveling all over the country and everything. And in that particular thing, one day, this time, by the way, guys, I might sound old. Me and Dilip here might sound old, but we didn't have mobile phones. Okay, it was in the 50s. I'm talking about just the other day. But mobile phones were preserved of very few people. So we had pagers. So I receive a message, and it says, what you asked for, please call this number. And I go to the shop. We have something called Simu ya Jamii. We go there, we pay, and I call. And someone says, listen, did you apply for some job? I said, yes. They tell me, okay, come and see us in Westlands. Now, before I get from South B all the way to Westlands, I go to this building. It's just been built. It's on the second floor, and it's just an empty hall. And there's a white gentleman sitting there and some two Kenyans or whatever country they were from. And they tell me, listen, we are starting a radio station, and we want a presenter. Are you able to do this thing? Now, I didn't tell you guys the other part. The other part is that I refuse to go to campus and university, so I have never been to university. To visit, yes, but not necessarily in a lecture hall. So as I'm there, they tell me, okay, what can you do? And what I'd done, I'd carried a stack of photographs to show those guys. And I told the guy, listen, this is me in this event emceeing. This is me happening here. This is me DJing in this event. This is me in Nakuru. This is me everywhere. And the guy told me, okay, I think we like what you have. We would love to employ you. And they tell me, in that room, we are many other people, and they tell me, this is so-and-so, so-and-so, so-and-so. And they introduce me to a girl you guys know. They say, oh, she's also auditioning for this thing. She's called Caroline Mutoko. You know her? No, okay, she's also going to be there. And we join all of us there. And they tell us, we're starting a station called KISS. And we want you to be our first presenters. Now, I'm just a boy from Eastlands. I don't know these things. So I'm earning how much? So they say, we want to discuss with you about salaries. So they tell me, come and sit. They ask me, how much money do you want to get paid? And I say, I get 6 G's there. If I gonga these guys like, I totally gonga them and I'm still happy, I tell the guy 20,000. And he looks at me and says, no. I'm like, man, I blew it. These guys are not going to give me the job. And I'm just about to tell the guy, listen, by the way, I'm also an MC. I can MC for that money. I can do. The guy tells me, no, we cannot pay you that. We'll pay you 68,000. I said, these guys, I think these guys are Illuminati or something. There's something these guys want from me and they're not saying. Anyway, fast forward, we start the station. Our first song which we played, I remember very well, was the KISS song. If you Google it, it will come up. That was the first song we ever played. Fast forward, 2 years later, we're working there and we're trying to get the station right and everything. And one day, I'm called to the boardroom. Many things had happened. And this gentleman, who I respect with my whole heart, his name is Patrick Kwaku, sits there, and there was a program controller, and called Vaughn. He says, by the way, Ted, there is greatness in you. And I see you being a big figure, not only in the entertainment industry, but also in the scene in Kenya. But I don't have time to wait for you to become big. I have to let you go. Half of my mind was still stuck at being great. So I said, thank you very much. I was happy. And they told me, we'll send your money. And I picked up my stuff. And as I was walking down St. Mark's, headed to the bus stop, I said, wait a minute. I just got fired. Now, I'm used to disappointment. I grew up in Eastlands. I'm hardened by life. Now, my father came to Nairobi, and my father used to live with us in a friend's kitchen. The friends would come and cook meat in their bedroom, get out, and they would eat whatever it is that they had. I'm hardened. I used to walk 5 kilometers all the way to school. I'm used to disappointment. I never got birthday gifts every day. But many things have happened, and I know that I am a miracle guy. I know it. And whatever happens against any odds, I know I am made of miracles. And I tell this to people every time. But the biggest problem any human being has, especially men, is we are ashamed. We are afraid of shame. And shame comes in many ways. I can't play football like D. So if you put me in a pitch with him, I won't be able to. I can't build a house. I don't read Aristocrats and those things. What's up? Maybe. I mean, I don't keep chicken. Like Jenny here, I don't. But what do you have in your hand? And this is my question and my answer every day. What do you have in your hand? The proverbial question Moses was asked, what are you holding in your hand? Fast forward, politics comes into play, and I'm called. Now, my tribe is different from the tribe of the people I was working for. But I'm told, you know what, we want you to come and work for us. And there I give my best. Let me tell you guys, I am the best MC in Kenya, in Africa. There is nobody. I don't care what you think. I am the best. I will obliterate any stage that I'm put on. And I don't mean to be proud, but you know what we say? If somebody ever starts with, I don't mean to be proud. And things have happened, and I joined this group, and we are campaigning, and we're doing all these things. And finally, one day I'm told, by the way, we want you to come and work with us. And I finally get to work at the highest office in the land. For many years. 10 years. And guys, I have seen things. I've dined with kings. I have seen everything I need to see. And towards the end, one day, I love shoes, by the way. You can tell these are new, just for Engage. As I'm driving home, I was actually buying sneakers. So I'm driving, and I'm with this guy. And as we're driving into my house, my phone rings 5-7 times. I don't pick it up. When I get to the house, I call back the first one as I'm trying the shoes, and I turn on the speaker. And the voice says, Ted, the boss is trying to call you. How come you're not picking up? Now, where I worked, there were many people called boss. So I didn't know who exactly. So I say, can I call them back? He says, no. He's calling you right now. And the phone rings. And I pick it up. I'm still trying on my shoes. And he says, in his usual way, and I said, oh my goodness, it is the president. I was shocked, but think about the guy selling to me the shoes. So the president says, Ted, nimejaribu kupata, I can't. So we make small talk, and I'm trying really to understand why is he calling me. And then he tells me, Ted, now I want to send you to LA. Don, LA can be Langata. Because never in my wildest dreams have I even thought that I would be sent to LA. So I asked him, what do you mean LA? And I'm trying to be inquisitive at the same time, ask the right question, but also not look stupid that now he says, I don't want to send you anymore. So he says, I want to send you to be our consul general in Los Angeles. I want to be honest, I had to go back and Google, what does a consul general do? Because I'd never thought about it. If you told me an MP, an MC, I knew. And it starts off a whole thing. And he says, Ted, don't tell anybody. Let me be the one to tell the world. I had a problem. The problem was I was dating this girl. She was just about to get this big corporate job. And now I'm trying to explain to her why she can't take that job. And she asks me, who called? The president. She says, okay, you work for him, no problem. She asked me, do you have a letter? Enter problem number 2. How, I know his voice, how would I have asked him, write for me a note, just to show Ladies and gentlemen, I want to tell you there were numerous times, and Your Excellency, if you're ever watching this, there are times I passed in front of you daily, hoping you'd call me and go like, do you remember that thing? We are still on. And that also is the problem we have with life. That God gives you a dream. It's not a conference call. It's an individual call. But you want to explain to people who are not on the call how big your dream is. Because God did not write for you a note. So you give up. Yet, as Jenny said, God's plans for you are bigger than even your own plans. You sell yourself short. And many times, I think the problem is we are so ready to accept God's wrath than accepting God's love because you feel that you are not worthy. So here I am, being sent to LA, no degree, nothing. I am just a boy from Eastlands, and nobody believes me. In fact, I love my mom. When I told my mom told me, my mom is a typical Luya mom. She told me, Ted, hii mambo ya kuleta jina ya president kwa vitu, uache. Itakuharibia. Ladies and gentlemen, it took 1 year before the announcement came. And it didn't even come that way. I would pass in front of Mr. Uhuru Muigai daily. And I'd pass in a way that says, I even started wearing a flag of the United States of America, just to remind him. And all along, guys, in my heart, I started asking myself, did I really hear the right thing? Maybe it's my mind playing with me. And guys, when life is stacked up against you, when the odds are against you, it is easy for you to forget the dream that God has planted in your heart. Because many times, the odds look bigger than God's promise. But also, I have come to realize, and I am a practicing Christian, so I have to tell you this, that many times, we spend more time telling God about our problems than telling our problems about our God. I changed the way I pray. I tell my problems, my God will deal with you, that is okay. But let's move on. Did I go to the States? Yes. So one day, it's put out in the papers, these are the new consul generals, and I start receiving phone calls from all and sundry. In fact, my biggest beef with Engage is they never called me when I was a consul general. I have seen people on that show who I can outspeak. No, I'm just like, I'm being dramatic. Ladies and gentlemen, the day comes, and it's now time for us to leave. I'd done a wedding, and I have my wife, and now we're going to the airport. And I am so scared, but at the same time, I don't want to overreact. And I want to introduce a new word to you called false humility. And it's a place you find yourself where you have been elevated, but you are pretending that you do not know or don't understand that has been given to you. I'm at the airport, there is a clear line for diplomats and United Nations staff. But I still want to wait on this side, just in case I step in and they tell me, and I said, hey, I will not talk until I reach the States. We get into the plane, and I'm wondering, do I go that side by the way is third class, or this side, it's first class. It's nice, guys. Work hard. It's nice. I walk in, and the lady says, give me your ticket, and I show her the ticket, and in my heart I'm saying, you know, Ted, Kenya watu ni wabaya. Somebody might just jump out and go like, Ted, you don't know jokes. We land in America, and I Google and I research about this particular job. What does it need? What does it take? And deep inside me, I feel I am not enough. Like the response, I can't, maybe they should have gotten somebody else. Maybe that guy of Jenga Nyumba or whatever would have been a better, he knows Aristotle's and those guys, Plato. I don't. I know Chinua Achebe, Ngugi wa Thiong'o, Whispers, Bogie Bender, and other people. I get to the States and I say, you know what? And as I'm talking, one of my friends tells me, Ted, you have already been fashioned by God for this job. And he tells me, Ted, you already have the charisma, and God has already made you enough for this job. So I get out. I say, what do I have in my hand? And I get out there. And I'm meeting the community, and I'm going to funerals, and I'm going to churches every Sunday, and I'm going to Rora shows, Iteras, and everything. And I discover that the reason we have been struggling as a nation in the diaspora is very simple. That maybe the people we give these jobs are not patriots. They don't love the country enough for them to go beyond what they need to do. So I'm inside the clubs with the young people. I'm in the church on Sunday with the old people. I'm in a meeting and I'm everywhere. And I'm there and I'm serving the community. And the community said, we love you, Ted, we love you. And they tell me, Ted, no, come to my house. Come here, come there. And they're calling me for events everywhere. And I'm going there and I'm lifting up the flag high. I'm making video clips. And the Kenya team is coming to play the sevens. Hicks, I see you. And we're inside there and we're supporting the Kenya team. And I'm the ambassador and I'm running all over the field. And they're asking, who is that? That's our ambassador. And then there's a court case. A Kenyan is in court. I fly all the way and I sit in the courtroom alone. Why? Because I want that Kenyan to look behind and see his country standing with him. And when we didn't have budget, I used our money. Our now because it's a problem, but it was mine when I was spending it. My wife is joining us online, watching all the way in Thailand. Thank you for the link. And we have issues. And Jenny, that's why I thank you for what you just said. I would love a place where people like me, I'm in a bit old, but where we are mentored in things of marriage and things of life. Because you never know everything. People here, I know, we are suffering in this marriage business. We're wondering, what the hell is this? It's a scam. How many people are suffering? Let me just see by a show of hands. Let me see by a show of... I'm alone? We need another engage. Just to talk about this thing. Because wanawake mnatumiza sana. We are suffering. Men, we are suffering. I hang out with a group of old men, and whenever I see them going to take a call at the corner of the quietest place, I know. Serikali imepiga simu. Because even me that time, I'm in the same corner, talking on the phone. And we're having these issues, and it's a new country, and I'm not the kind of guy to go to museums, to zoos, and everything. My wife is. That's why she's in Thailand right now, seeing old temples. I don't know. So we are having this issue, and we have fought. So I am sleeping in a separate room, and she's sleeping in a separate room. No borrowing. If you know, you know. So, what happens? So what happens is I wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning to pray. A discipline I have, I just say, you know what? I have to give to God if I want to receive, and it's a quiet time. Was it to pray? Okay, no. So I say, let me check my phone to just see what's happening. And as I open my phone, I see a whole line of messages written, ele, 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 ele. And I say, what? I'm in LA. Why would it be hot on a chat from Kenya? And I open the chat. And my heart sinks to the floor. It says, the president has appointed a new consul general to Los Angeles. I wondered, do I even go ahead to pray, or do I just leave it because... And I say, okay. So I walk out to the room and I knock the other side and I go like, I want to show you something. Of course, she opens a jar, and that time she's dressed like a wrestling person, you know, like with overalls and everything, just in case you are coming to ask for anything. And I tell her, I want you to read this. And she tells me, she closes the door. So I go back to my room, I turn on music, and shame. 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 You thought that you had left and elevated, but now you're back down. And in my head, I'm wondering, all those guys who sit in Nairobi and just think about, why did this guy get this far? And I think about my family. I think about the pride that had brought a few people around me. And my wife walks in and she tells me, you know what, Ted? Let's pray. We knelt down and we prayed and we thanked God and we went on. I started packing, coming back 3 weeks before I got here. We take the flight. Hopefully that's not the last time I'll be on a first-class flight. And we land at JKIA. My family is dramatic, by the way. And from the luggage area, I can hear a noise I know very well. We are Louis, as I told you. My family has mobilized a whole gang of Isukuti players. So at the airport, we're just tiki, 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 tiki. We're dancing, but my heart is done. What will I tell people? Will I get another job? Will I get employed? Will I get finally to get that dream? Will I build a house in Gikambura? Be my brother's neighbor? Will I? And all these questions come up, including the thought that everybody had, that you are an ambassador, you have dollars. And I come back and I'm lost for a few months because now I don't know. You can only watch TV as much. You can only sleep as much. I'm a man, a responsible man. I wake up in the morning to work for my family, but I don't have a job. Everybody I call either drops the usual story, we can't afford you. And sometimes I want to tell them, actually you can. Ladies and gentlemen, what do you do when the odds are stacked up against you? Are you able to rise up against the odds? Against everything that is happening, are you able? Do you have the fortitude? Do you have the strength? Do you have the thought deep in your heart to rise up? Ladies and gentlemen, Psalms 26 says, "The Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want." It also says that goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life. It says that God rejoices when he sees his people prosper. And my prayer has always been, God, if you really say that no eye has seen and no ear has heard what you have prepared for me, God, use me as an example of no eye has seen and no ear has heard. What do you do when the odds are stacked up against you? May God bless you. May God be good to you. Thank you so much.
Another hand for Big Ted, everyone. That was fantastic. I think on so many levels, just a fantastic story. Again, when Ted keeps asking the question, like, what happens when the odds are stacked against you? I think there's so many things in your story that are relatable to me, to so many people here, because there's just something about losing stuff. And this world seems to be one where we keep losing stuff.
Yep.
And for me, I think what I picked is just how you handle this with such grace. You don't look like a guy who's lost anything. Must be the shoes. It's a good thing you don't look like the problems you've had. And I guess when the odds are stacked against you, buy shoes. It might be. But seriously, though, a fantastic story of resilience, a fantastic story. I think a great example to everybody. And again, you told it with such panache, such grace. Thank you so much, Ted. I appreciate it. Thank you. Before you leave, though, do you really know what a consul general does? Still. What I had was you went to parties, then the following day you went to church. And then when your friends were arrested, you went to support them. But maybe that's why they got the other guy to come.
Don't worry, very soon I'll come see you in court.
Okay, thank you, sir. Another hand for Ted, everyone.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Before I call up our next speaker, when Fozia was here and we were doing the whole, everybody came up here. I mean, that was fantastic. And maybe, Agatha was like, maybe next time you need to come up. Probably what you do not know is what these guys, they received Carrefour vouchers of 5,000 shillings each. There were Serenity Spa vouchers of 8,000 shillings each. There was airtime, there were phones, you know, there were Kodak moments. Some just came for photos with Fauzier. But anyway, so thank you so much. Thank you so much again, Fauzier and Safaricom for that. You know, when you think of Safaricom and its leadership, what comes into mind? It's a rhetorical question. I see some people putting up their hands. Don't answer. But you imagine that everybody who works at Safaricom is like the brand. Because in our minds, it's a big brand. You may imagine that people who lead Safaricom are not approachable, that they're not human even, that maybe we should worship the very ground on which they walk, because we're not just at the level. But my experience has been that the people who lead Safaricom are some of the most simple, like your next door person. So last week I went to meet the CFO of Safaricom. It's funny, I was coming from the master class, and on that day it was the master class. I was wearing khakis. They were probably faded. I was wearing a sweater, and I was going to meet the CFO of Safaricom. I think when Dilip saw me, he almost walked past me because he was waiting for this important guy from Engage. But then I met a man who, in so many ways, epitomized humility. And guys, I'm saying this seriously. It's not just like a fantastic intro that I'm doing. It's just that this man, who is so accomplished in so many ways, is so humble in many more ways. He's gentle, he's kind, and that was the first time I was meeting him physically. And I figured, oh my goodness, if he's carrying the energy of the brand, then this is a fantastic brand. But moving away from the brand, I was just so moved by this man's humility, his kindness, and the fact that he's honored us to come and share part of his story that probably many people have not had. So again, it is my honor to welcome Dilip Pal.
Thank you. Good evening. So, it's the choices, not the circumstances, that make you who you are today. And education can liberate you from the shackles of ordinary life. These are not my words. You have your childhood memories, and that's what my childhood memory of my father. But back then I didn't understand really the meaning of it. The choices, till the time you experience it, till the time you go through the full cycle of it, you don't know whether that has worked for you or not. So today, I'm going to talk to you, I'll tell you a few stories about the choices that I made. For that, let's start from the beginning. I was born in a very, very small village in one of the tiniest states out of 28 states of India called Tripura. Just about 3 million people. You can imagine it's really a tiny dot, yeah, of 1.4 billion people. And it's funny, the last time I was speaking in a forum like this, I requested the organizer to keep one map of India behind, just to show where I came from. That state also used to be still called they call Seven Sisters. Seven Sisters, I don't know why they call sisters, could have been called brothers as well, but I think they are beautiful. As always, sisters are beautiful, right? That's why they're called Seven Sisters. The most beautiful part of India, but almost out of bound, most underdeveloped, no infrastructure, and have been neglected for years. My father was a school teacher, and my mother raised 9 children. I was the last born with 6 sisters and 2 brothers. When I say village, proper village. Not those, I have been to many villages, but I can tell you there was really a proper village. Yeah, you don't have all of this, modern life complexities of electricity, roads, transport. No. There was nothing. And so what do? You enjoy life. We were not poor, absolutely not. But our life revolves around that village. So we knew everything about that was our world, the village that we lived in. Talking about electricity, so those days, there was no electricity, and then we used to have a weekly quota where you can get certain quantity of the fuel that I don't know what it's called here. We used to call that as kerosene back then. And you have to make sure that you don't have to use it much because you run out of it very quickly. And you will have to wait for the week to get over to get your next quota. Otherwise, if you have to buy it from whatever unofficial market, it will cost you many times more. But we were very prudent. We were happy. As I said, my father always used to speak about education. But as I look back, my sisters, all of my sisters, none of them went to college. Not because they are not good in studies. It's just that back then, and it is India, and it's not Kenya, my father was a school teacher. We had very, very small quantity of lands, but he was thinking about how do I, in his lifetime, make sure that he can pay for the dowry of all his 6 daughters. Yeah? Sounds different? I'm sure that's not Kenya. It's the other way. And it was like almost his desire to make sure that before they were good in studies, but we had the education. We used to hear about a rich uncle, always this. So that's from the maternal side. We have seen all our uncles, cousins, everyone from father's side. But we always used to hear about this. Oh, there is one uncle. So this is the state of Tripura. This is another state called West Bengal. This is 3 million, and there is 100 million. And there is a place called Calcutta where that uncle apparently used to live. Trust me, at that age, I didn't believe this. I felt like this was not possible. I mean, you tell stories like you have rich uncle here and there, but they don't exist. How come, talking about that? 1971, a very important year for what has happened in my journey of the stories that I'm going to tell you. Our village was just where we were living. Our house was just about 2 kilometers from the border of East Pakistan. Those of you are aware of it. The India partition, India, Pakistan, and there was West Pakistan, there's East Pakistan. So this is East Pakistan. So that's where our village was. March 1971, we hear from the community radio. That's the only way of communication, where you hear what's happening. From the community radio that war has broken in the neighboring country as they have declared independence. They want to be liberated from West Pakistan. So what? Life goes on. We keep hearing about those stories keep coming. So one day, out of nowhere, you see some strange things flying, what is modern day we call this aeroplanes, which you have never seen before. And then we see, again, modern day, we didn't know what those things, strange looking things, they just appeared out of nowhere. The tanks, artilleries, overnight, the whole small village, they built bunkers, because Indian army or India decided to take part in that war to liberate East Pakistan. Yeah? So, collateral damage. I don't know why they have chosen our small village, which was so happy. But they chose our village. Looks like it was strategic, because we are on a bit of hills area that you can see the enemy from that point. So schools were closed. Daytime was okay, but the evening used to be that deafening sound of artilleries. You can't light up your lamp. You put your cotton, in your ears and sleep. After a while, then you started hearing retaliation from the other side of the border, and then life changed. One day, army announced, saying, you have to leave this place. This place is not safe anymore. So what do? You are homeless. Literally, you are homeless. So government of India at that time were also dealing with refugees from the other side of the country. So they cannot just manage so many refugees. There are so many people homeless now. So we decided, like many others, to look for safer places. And as always, there is one good Samaritan. We have no idea about who they are. We went deeper into a few kilometers away from that place, and they gave us shelter. But how long? They also became restless, saying that how long this family is going to stay with us? And remember I spoken about that rich uncle? So looks like they came to know about us, our existence, our whole existence is at stake. And one day, to our joy, we hear that he now is ready to take us back all the way to Calcutta. Just to give you a sense, from where we are, from the village, we have to go by road, it's roughly about 5 days. The terrains are very rough. You have to, it's really, really tough journey. So typically what they do, everybody does, or who could afford to do that, is there is an airport, there is one flight to Calcutta, so you go there. Now, for us and for me, as a child, it was almost unbearable, the anticipation of what I heard about. Is this real? Is this true? Someone who haven't seen automotive. Now, we are on a flight, to Calcutta, the wonderland. You land there, my uncle with his extended family is waiting, with car, driver, takes us to his home. I have never seen something like it before. And then it goes on. Things like you put your finger on a button and lights come out. Yeah? You put another finger on another button, suddenly something moves up and you feel the breeze. That's called, ceiling fan, right? And it just the food that we have eaten, we have never seen before. You suddenly now start seeing, you eat food on a table, you're sitting on a chair. We never did that. That was unthinkable. We always used to sit, on the floor and eat. That's okay. And we used to have lunch, and then there was a room where he will close all the windows. I don't know what he did, few few switches here and there, and then the room is cold, like a magic. That is what is called air conditioner, back in 1971. Yeah? And then there is a strange looking furniture where you put some round, strange stuff onto that, and something happens, and then music comes out. And then I used to wonder as a child, where are those people singing? Where are they? You know, why can't I see them? Where is this coming from? But everything I just loved, yeah? But the only one thing which was a problem was the toilet. You can't imagine, you know, how can you have a toilet which is where you are sleeping and then you have a toilet? In our village, toilet has to be airway. No. That was an ordeal. I mean, daytime is okay, evening time in our village, you literally feel scared about that you get killed by a wild animal, huh? Because you don't know that in dark what's happening. But here, toilet, on where you're sleeping. And then, do not talk about those accessories and all those things. I just hated it. I don't know how the rest of my family managed it. Life goes on. So, there was no end of war. I was just enjoying the best of my time. My uncle, who was the finance director of a media company, he took me to his office one day, and I was like, wow, this is what happens, huh? What was in my head at that time? I don't know what. That this is where I belong. This is where I want to be. This is where I belong. As always, all good things come to an end. The war was over. I cried that day. I'm not joking. I cried that day. I'm sure many people were celebrating, but I cried because now you have to go back to a village. So everything, all good things come to an end, and then all that you do is carry the memory, yeah, back to your village. Yeah. As I said, my uncle has never visited. None of my uncle's families ever visited to our house because they cannot. I mean, it's just not possible. We go back, warm welcome. There was nothing left of our house. Yeah. So you start from scratch. Life changes completely. My elder brother, he got a job. He got a job as a teacher. And my father, still focusing on education, decided saying, me and two of my elder sisters are packed to stay with him for better education. And life goes on. One of my sisters, whom I considered someone who took the role of a parent, somehow she believed in me, and she was good in studies, but she always used to encourage me, you can do well in studies. Yeah, it's a village school, but I was a class topper. I did quite well. And I was preparing that I do well, and I become what? A teacher. Because that's what the village is, that's what the dream ends there. Yeah? Fast forward, 11 years. So 71, 82. Again, a very important year. We got an invitation from our uncle's place that you have to come to Calcutta. There is a family function. So I get an opportunity to go back to that place again. But I knew that it will be short-lived, that you go for a family function, you will come back. For some reason, as we always say, there are coincidences, strange things happen. My uncle, who was widower by that time, but was also living with another uncle and with his family, he took a liking on me, saying, you are good in studies, maybe you can stay with us. I couldn't just believe. Is it possible? You can stay here. My family was so relieved. You know, another one, now will be here. I can't wait to go back to my village, collect. So this was my school living exam I have given. During the break I came. So you go back and collect your exam results and rush back. I have no time for my village anymore. Yeah? I bid goodbye to all my friends, saying goodbye. And they were, nobody was crying for me. I'm telling you, nobody was crying for me. So we gathered money, because this time money, we have to arrange money, not my uncle. We found money because we have to now go to a city to buy the ticket. And one of my friends, also he came with me saying, I'll be with you to see you off. I was very happy. But also knowing that my friend has a sister who also lives in that town, where in case anything goes wrong, if the flight takes long, or if I don't get the ticket, I can stay with his sister's house. So we go there, we book the ticket, we get the ticket 3 days later. A day before the flight, I decided saying that, I have to inform my uncle, right? Those days, again, those of you are familiar at my age, there is something used to be called, the calls were very expensive. Remember, this is one state to another state. They call trunk call. You have to go in the morning, book a call, and they will tell you, this time you come, and we'll tell you, we'll connect you to the other side. So I go there, and with all my brevity, I'm coming, huh? So I said, I called my uncle. I can hear that he picked up the phone, and then a long silence. And I keep telling him that my flight is tomorrow at this time. Will you send me a car so that I can come to home, And then after a long silence, suddenly a voice comes alive, and a very stern voice saying, no, Dilip, you are not coming. Yeah? So, what do you think I will do? Yeah, I'll go back. The choice I have, I can go back, but that's not what I wanted to do. So I don't know what happened. At that age, there is something that was driving me. I said, I have the ticket. I will go. I will go. Next day, I go to the airport. I tell my friend, thank you very much. You have supported me. Goodbye. I will see you when I come back. So that airport has only one flight, by the way, between Calcutta and that place called Agartala. So I go there. The friend has gone, and at the counter said, excuse me, sir, flight is cancelled. So I have a ticket, and I don't have a ticket. I don't have money to go back to the town to stay in a hotel to come back next day. So I decided, let me enjoy this airport. Because nobody stays there. Nobody stays there other than few whatever guards or the people police who guards that. I said, let me enjoy this. And I slept overnight, and I was very lucky. God has planned for you. So because I was lucky because I was at the airport, first thing in the morning when the airport opened, I went to the whosoever manager or people came in. I said, I am in distress, so I must get a ticket today. Can you help me? Yes, help came through. So I have the flight. I land in Calcutta. And of course, there was no car. I took a bus, and I went to my uncle's place. And remember, the flight was a day before, right? Even if in his wildest imagination, if he thought that I will come, but that time has gone by, right? So I ring the bell, he opens, there I am. And literally, he was frozen. He sees a ghost. Ghost. He said, wow, you're here. But luckily, again, God has planned. I wasn't driven away. I was allowed to stay. Now I have shelter, I have food. But that warmth has gone. Yeah, things have changed. Remember I told you, he said, now we don't have to come because I'm not wanted anymore. warmth has gone, but I have food, I have shelter, and I know I can do well if I do well in education. And there's like almost a couple of weeks there's complete silence. But if you think that, okay, it's done, it's not done. Because I came from another state, and this is a different state. The admission was closed 3 months back. So I go to the school where I want to get admission, and there I was told, no, you cannot. So what do I do? Can you imagine? So if I don't get a school, I can't even stay here, so I have to go back. So again, a choice. I decided so 3 days in a row, in front of the principal's office, in a bench, I was sitting there. So that whenever he goes out of his office, he can see me and still say, are you still here? What are you doing here? There is no seat available. I don't know what happened. As we always say, God has a plan. On the last day, before the day closed, he looked at me saying that I haven't seen anyone so persistent like you. You are in. I got the admission. Now, I have to now make my case to the family. Remember, things can change. The family could tell me, okay, tomorrow or 1 month you go away. So I decided what is my uncle's weak point is the education. And then there are other family members who are staying. My other uncle has 2 young children. So I decided that I want to be relevant in that family. Yeah? I don't know, back then those who were accountants here, so what I was doing, nothing but proving my business case. Yeah? I was trying to prove my business case, saying, I have to do well in my studies, and I have to make sure that I do all the family errands, take care of those 2 cousins that I had, their education, their everything. So I was like their help. But I was top of my world. I mean, this is what I wanted, because now I have a place to stay. I can go to the school where I want. Fast forward, the school was very difficult for me because I came from a village, and here I am in Calcutta in a school. They were not my friends at that time. They were not still friends. They used to call me, my name was actually Tripura, not Dilip. Because, oh, look at that Tripura. So there was something in me, and I don't know, it's like, so I really put my heart and soul behind that 2 years of what we used to call the 10 plus 2. I did very well to a point that academic results of that 2 plus 2, when it came, they couldn't believe this. I don't know. I mean, sometimes, you don't even realize that you're studying, but you don't know where you'll end up. I have broken all the previous records. Yeah? Suddenly, I was thinking, who is happy? My uncle. He knows that I have done it. My sister, who really believed in me. Yeah? And of course, my father. But they were far away. So, the opportunity just opened up. Just one academic results, I can go to the best college. Wherever I want, I can go. Yeah? And I did that. I did my undergraduate. I got national scholarship. I with distinction. I continued that family. That was my family. My uncle was my parent. The brothers, sisters, they were not like cousin brothers. They were like my brothers. That place, I stayed for 9 years. As far as education is concerned, I did undergrad, I did my master's, I became a chartered accountant, I became a cost accountant, all from that, staying in that family, with that family. Now, when I look back, there are many what ifs. Yeah? What ifs. What if we were not, if there is no war, if you are not displaced? What if I have listened to my uncle and go back to my village? Yeah? What if I didn't persist as much as I did for 3 days in principal's, in front of principal's office? What if I have not considered that family as my family and did everything that I could do? There are many what ifs. And there are many what ifs even later on in my life, including this is my 10th city that I am working. My daughter went to 9 schools before she went for her undergrad. My wife, who is here with me, they sacrificed in a way, traded off, because I was building my career. Yeah? What if they are not doing it? So as I look back, what I think, what I know is world doesn't hand over to you odds. It gives you choices. Yeah? Messy choices. Yeah? And what you do with those choices is what makes you who you are, but you have to live the consequence of those choices to be able to understand whether you made the right choices. Because you can only look back and connect the dots. So I ask you, we heard some of those, but I still ask you, what odds are you facing? And what choices are you making when world says no to you? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
You know, isn't it interesting that we are the consequences of the choices that we have made? And your journey has shown that we often put ourselves in boxes. Oh, he's Indian, he's Kenyan, he's tall, he's short. We're all the same person. Your story was very relatable in different aspects of it, and thank you for standing here and sharing it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could we have the house lights on? I will ask all of us to stand up. So we all made a choice to come to engage. And we thank you for that choice. You've been sitting a long while. So could you stand up and stretch before we welcome our last speaker? So stretch, move around. This you want to stay on for. But just, yeah. Wiggle, jiggle, shake a leg, but just get blood moving. Walk on the spot. So our next speaker, just keep standing for a while, you've been sitting for hours. Our next speaker, through no fault of her own, is speaking now. So don't punish her for being the last speaker. Our last speaker, you can sit now. I met her in college. We're doing our professional marketing qualifications, and she was such a serious student. You know those students who give you bad eyes when you're having fun in class? Like, what's your problem? And then she was working in corporate, and life went wherever it went, and she became a fashion whisperer, and today I'm dressed by Mambo Pambo. Ladies and gentlemen, warm round of applause for Kawera Mirero.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hi. Coincidentally, the events I'm about to share with you right now happened 10 years ago. Facebook, you know the way Facebook does memories. So Facebook tells me 10 years ago this was happening. And I was like, yeah, it was 10 years ago. It was 10:30 p.m. in the evening. Back then, Mambo Pambo used to operate from my living room. And we had closed shop at 8:30 p.m. And my two daughters, then they were 5 and 3, and their dad, we'd had dinner at 8 p.m. and they'd gone to bed. They were my studio assistants at that time. So when a client rang the bell, either the dad or one of the girls would open the door. If I was not at hand, they would entertain them as they waited for me. And so that night, they've gone to bed. I'm seated at my usual corner. I had my expense manager, the app, a notebook, a pen, and shattering dreams, let me say, because I was really feeling down. The math was not mathing. I was trying to balance accounts. Very bad idea, by the way, before bed. Don't look at accounts. I owed a Shylock. I owed clients. I owed my tailors. I owed suppliers. I owed. I had collected deposit that day. Gross income was 2,700. Amount owed, 100K plus. And as I sat there, I was just hearing all these negative thoughts in my head. A few weeks before that, somebody had asked me, "You're starting a fashion brand, but you're not even a brand yourself. Who are you going to sell these clothes to? You're brave." Some days earlier, a well-meaning client observed, "If you're not a millionaire by the time you're in your mid-30s, just give up." And then, the one that hurts the most sometimes, we were at a family get-together and a relative observes, "You know the ladies you went to Alliance with? They are far. And you, what are you doing playing with fundis? Where is this going to take you?" So all these thoughts were running around my head, and I was getting sadder by the minute. I started crying. I was weeping, and the weeping turned into full-fledged wailing. So my hubby, Martin, woke up. "What's going on? Who died?" I'm like, "Nothing, Martin, nothing." There's obviously something. I mean, look at you. I was mid an existential crisis. Like, what am I doing? So I'm like, Mambo Pambo is not making any money. I'm an epic failure, really, and I should look for a job before I ruin both our lives. He took a breath. I think by then it was around this time. He's like, "It's going to midnight, so you're not going to make any money tonight anyway, so let's go to sleep. We'll figure this one out." Now, to get to this point, let us go back to where it all started. That is in Kisauni, Mombasa, where I was born. We lived in a Swahili-type house, and my parents had rented out 2 rooms. One was a sitting room / kitchen / where the guests slept when they came, and the other one was a shared bedroom. And 2 things stand out from my childhood. One, I wanted to get out of that neighborhood. I was coming to Nairobi. I was going to live in the leafy suburbs. I was going to drive a snazzy car. I was going to look like those glamorous women you see in Drum, True Love, Viva, Orierogo Manduli, Catherine Kasavuli. I was going to be that woman. The other thing that stands out was my parents believed in stepping out of the house looking good. And so we didn't have much, but my parents had taste, and they had a budget for clothing. And my mom had plugs. She had a plug in Kibokoni for fabric. Kibokoni is Old Town. She had a town tailor. She had worked out friendly rates. We had a neighborhood fundi for simple things and adjustments. When Mtumba came to town, we had a plug in Kongoea for Ben Select. We had another one for Camera Mtumba. And sometimes at the end of the year, when my dad had a bonus, we would get a stipend. After all the expenses were paid, we're given some money for new clothes. So we even had clothes from deacons. We looked good, always. Now, one thing that all these clothes had in common, they would disappoint. And so we were constantly adjusting, move the seam, add a dart, shorten it, do something. So from a very early age, I was a fabric whisperer. I would look at fabric and I can tell you, or I'd look at an outfit and tell you, I know what's wrong with that outfit. How about you change this and change this, especially for your body shape? Now, to get out of the neighborhood, I was told, you must work very hard. Working hard is not a problem for me. My name, Kawera, translates to the hardworking one. So I worked very hard. And I was called to Alliance. Yay, me, Alliance girls. Celebration! Until I told my parents, I want to study art and design. Say what now? Art and design, I'm going to go to University of Nairobi or I'm going to Kenyatta University, but art and design is my calling. Yes. My mom said, you want to starve. I was stubborn. I'm going to do art and design. My dad said, do what you want. And that's what I did. So I graduated from University of Nairobi with a first-class honors degree in design. I majored in graphics. So I majored in graphics simply because even at that age, I knew as a fashion designer, you're 20, 21, 22, 23, you have no money for a sewing machine, no money for fabric, because you need to create pieces to show your clients what you're capable of. No money for zips, buttons, sewing machines, even rent. And so I did graphics because I knew straight out of campus you get a job. And I did get a job straight out of campus. 6 months into the job, I realized, whoa. A graphic designer's salary, back then, at entry level, is not going to get you an apartment at the leafy suburbs. At least not fast enough. I quickly enrolled for an evening MBA program, and I channeled my entire paycheck. So I would save, and pay for my evening classes. The moment I finished, I enrolled for a Chartered Institute of Marketing diploma, which is where I met Agatha back then. But 3-4 years post-campus, I was a marketing manager in this town. I was living the life. I had the apartment, I had the closet, I had the makeup, I had the car. My parents were very proud. Society was impressed. Me, not so much. Corporate, I felt, wasn't my calling. In the process, I met my hubby, I fell in love, and I moved to West Africa. Remember, I thought I was very fashionable. West Africa was a revelation. We lived in Accra and Abuja. So Ghanaian ladies are elegant, very elegant, always well put together. Nigerian women are a masterclass. Fashion for Nigerians is at another level. Now, before moving, I had sold my entire corporate wardrobe. I had nice suits. Even then, I would make sure my suits are tailored, pants fit right, just right. If it's bootleg, it's bootleg, matching shoes. So I sold all that, and I just kept T-shirts, jeans, nice shoes, accessories. I was done with corporate. Never mind that, even in West Africa, I did quite a bit of consulting. Now, to understand the West African psyche, let me give you an example. So when we were in Abuja, one morning, I'm dropping my daughter to kindergarten. I was in jeans and a T-shirt. This lady stopped me. She looks at me up and down, up and down. Kawera, what's wrong with you? Are you sick? Are you mourning? We don't leave the house looking like this. What's wrong? That is 3 years into it. I thought, I have really improved. No. So I doubled the effort. And when we lived there, there were always events, birthday parties, weddings, wambes. There was always something. But also, West Africans step out. Even to go to the supermarket, to go to the club, to go to church. Forget about how we just throw on anything. They plan. So I needed a wardrobe strategy. I doubled my efforts, spent a lot of time in the markets, fabric markets, with tailors. high and low tailors, but still, you would find me late at night adjusting something. You've bought this lace outfit, you're going for a wedding, you take it home, you wear it, and whew, what's wrong? It has killed your waist, it has killed my waist, the sleeves I don't know where, so I'm busy and stitching. By then I had even invested in a sewing machine at home. So those frustrations are what started crystallizing my dream to start a fashion brand. That and the fact that I noticed that in West Africa, there's a fashion infrastructure for every social economic status. So even my nanny, when she left to go to church on Sunday, she looked nice. We had a sewing machine at home. She always had fabric. She was always tailoring her pretty dresses with lace and sequins. And I realized you can do this for your people. So for me, Mambo Pambo was about taking the frustration out of dressing. In your 30s, even late 20s going on, we are busy. You have PTA meetings, you have work, you have gym, you have church, you have all sorts of things. Do you have time to start unstitching things? When you buy clothes and the biceps are, it's just very frustrating. So I was coming back to start a fashion brand that solved those problems. I started putting away fabric, we moved back home, and I started Mambo Pambo in my guest room. Now, it wasn't as easy as I thought. The phone wasn't ringing, or it was ringing a little. And the clients who would, in Kiswahili tunasema kuchocha, who would excite you and encourage you on Facebook saying they're coming, would not come. So clients have ghosted you. Tailors are refusing to work from your house. They're like, you're not a brand. We hate working from people's homes. So it was a depressing time. And that is what triggered my meltdown that day. Now, I felt broken, but that night, something else broke in me. We went to bed. We woke up. A few days later, we had a board meeting of 2, and my husband asked me, you believe in your talent, right? Price accordingly. I doubled my prices. The phone that was not ringing much pretty much stopped ringing. In the process, we got signed by Republic. Republic was a fashion brand. They've since shut down, but they were a fashion brand back then, stocking made in Kenya. So I put together some money. I had all these designs. We created them, waterfalls, waterfall coats, shirt dresses, and Republic stocked them. And the people who bought them first liked them. And those who got it, got it. They told a friend, who told a friend, who told a friend. Our tag had a telephone number. We were on social media. And the brand just picked momentum. So it was really exciting. We felt validated. Then 2020, COVID hit. And reggae stopped. When reggae was stopping, I had inventory. I had inventory for Republic. And Zanta Dede store at Village Market had just signed us. So I had also inventory for Zanta Dede store, and I had inventory in my own studio. What are we doing with all this inventory? Every item on a rack is cash, 10,000, 10,000 times 10, times 10, times 10. It was very depressing. So for 4 weeks straight, all I did is go to my studio, look at all those clothes. Then one day, as I was doing that, I came back home, looked at my closet, looked at my phone, looked at my daughters, looked at their dad. We were all at home. And a light bulb went off in my head. How about you model these clothes and take photos and post? Remember, I didn't look like a model. I still don't look like a model, but it worked. It worked. Why? Because clients could relate. So my beloved family really came through. I'd wake up in the morning, put on makeup, and ask them, when can we start? How many photos are we taking today, Mommy? I'm like, 6 looks. 6! That is so many. Daddy, can you help? But somehow we did. We did videos, we posted, and the phone started ringing again. People wanted clothes for their Zoom calls that had an element of design. Ladies wanted to revamp their wardrobes. And I managed to get my team back, and we continued working. By the time lockdown was ending, we had picked momentum. We carried on. Then in 2021, July, I wound up in hospital with COVID. So did my husband for half a month. Reggae slowed down again. I had a team, the team tried. You know how COVID can release up your energies and you just really, we were a zombie that year. No inspiration, no new designs, but the year ended. 2022, we rallied. Africa Development Bank put out a call for fashion entrepreneurs to apply for training, 6 weeks training. After the 6-week training, you would pitch for funding. Again, my hubby, God bless him, encouraged me to apply. So I applied, and we won. And that's how we got funding. Thank you. And that's how we got funding to move to our current space, where now we were able to invest in better fabric. Our old machines were able to replace. I was able to invest in professional makeup, a photographer, cameraman. I think even now my family still has PTSD. So when we go for holidays, they don't believe, you don't have a suitcase of clothes for pictures? Are you sure? Can we? Are you sure you don't want any photos? I'm like, no, now we do that professionally. So today, Mambo Pambo is 10 years strong. We are a bold, unapologetic African brand. We design for the woman who wants to be seen, not explained. So I did not starve. With the help of my family, my clients, to date, we have clients who are with us from day one, who remember that day in my house. We have believers. We have evangelists. To anybody who has mentioned Mambo Pambo in rooms where we were not, somebody who sent us a client. We have clients who post-pay. They say, Kawira, I've just M-Pesa'd you 20,000. Remember the day I was wailing and I had no money? I've sent you 20,000. We'll discuss what I'll make. So to those clients, thank you. We tailored our brand. We stitched our destiny against all odds. Thank you.
You've really rushed through this story. But Kawira's story is a beautiful story of believing in your dreams against all odds. Because then if you're my daughter and you went to Alliance, and then you went to Stitch.
Yeah,
but also
we're supposed to do professional things.
Professional
like
things.
Lawyers.
And one of the things I love about you, because I came to your house, and I came to, I was one of those clients. And I think this, I failed, I had to recite, I think, an exam or two. This girl passed all her exams. Even I would look at you, I'm like, man, she had a fancy job. But sticking with your dream, and Ted is the one who asked, what's in your hands? So when she talked about, she looked at her clothes, she looked at her children and her husband. She didn't look like a model, she still doesn't, but that's what was in her hands. And you created a brand out of it. Thank you for the encouragement, because anyone who's an entrepreneur in this economy, you can feel her. There are times you sit, you ask yourself, Lakini, what am I doing? Thank you for the encouragement. We all
Thank you
need
for
it.
listening.
And thank you to Martin and to your daughters for carrying the brand. Thank you, Karira.
Thank you. Thank you.
We want to take this time we have come to the end of this Engage. We have taken longer than we usually do, but I believe it's been worth it. It was for me and for us. And we want to take this time to, first of all, let's have the house lights on. We want to appreciate our fantastic cast of speakers. We'll start with David. A hand for David. Eugene. Jenny. A big hand for Jenny. Big Ted. Dilip. And last but not least, Kawera, who's just coming in. We want to thank you for accepting our invitation, for being part of this evening, for sharing your stories, for being vulnerable. We, as always, don't take it for granted. So guys, thank you so much. It's an inspiration and an encouragement, I think, when people share their stories. The only way we can, maybe not the only way, but one of the ways we can show gratitude for the stories that we hear is for us to tell our own. It doesn't have to be on this stage, but if you can share a story somewhere that will edify somebody or lift them, I think that would be the best way we can say thank you to those who lift our spirits by sharing their own stories. Agatha?
We will let you know when the next engage is. One of the things that we struggle with, and many creatives struggle with, is space. So it's a good thing and it's a bad thing. The Braeburn Theatre is booked, which means there's a lot happening in the theatre scene. I hope many of you do attend as many events as possible to just see the amount of talent available. So we will let you know once we have theatre booking space when the next engage is. We do have merchandise outside, so if you'd like a jacket or a polo shirt, please speak to the young men out there. We do not take it for granted that you chose to spend your evening with us. We want to thank you for buying tickets. We want to thank you for sitting through. We want to thank you for sharing these stories. Engage has done very little brand promotion, marketing. We have grown through word of mouth. We have grown because you listen to these stories. We've grown because you share these stories, and we've grown because you recommend speakers. We really do not take that for granted. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you very much for staying. Thank you very much for listening. Have a good evening.
Yeah, before we go, we also just want to recognize our production team, starting with Boxcraft. A big hand for Boxcraft who do our video production. They're fantastic. Baradhi, who does our sound. Baradhi and your team, thank you so much. Want to thank the band, guys. The band was fantastic, as always. Want to thank Philip for organizing it and directing the music, and our artists today, Modest and Gasha. They had more music, but unfortunately we didn't have the time for it, guys. Thank you so much for taking time out. I have forgotten. I want to thank Braeburn. I want to thank the team, Wilfred and Duncan. I want to thank you. And thank Jazz, who's the theater manager at Braeburn. I feel like I've forgotten somebody. No, like someone important. Want to thank our staff, Joy. I'm growing old.
You are old, not growing.
Joy.
Sponyo.
No, Joy. Other staff, Joy.
Oh, Fred.
Fred, oh my goodness, Fred. I apologize, Fred. And I want Joy and Fred, thank you so much because you do a lot of work behind the scenes. I want to thank our sponsors and our partners, Safaricom, for their support. I know sometimes you may sit there thinking, it's not obligatory that we have to thank them, but truly they do help make this happen and make this happen in a big way. So I want to thank Fauzier, Dilip, and the rest of the team at Safaricom. Thank you so much for supporting this dream and for supporting storytelling. And to you guys, once again, thank you. And if I've forgotten anybody, my apologies. You are important, and you're a winner as well. So thank you, guys. Have a fantastic night, and see you soon. See you soon. I will ask the speakers to please come on stage. I know it's late. We need to take a photograph very quickly. So for Dilip, Jenny, the rest, come we take a photograph, and then we can call it an evening.